are live, and we're just going to show exactly where we left off, where we have a bus full of Kerbals that it's, what, like 7 on here? So yeah, so we got a bus full of Kerbals. We are out of fuel. We did do a rescue mission where we rescued 1 on the surface, 1 in the air, took 2 for tourism out here and all that. Unfortunately, we did strand the whole bulk of them. It's free. Yeah, but that sounds like a game I'd want to put time into. I don't know, that doesn't really interest me, Luxray. I played Pokemon way in the past, and I'd have very much enjoyed it. But after, like, first gen, I kinda really fell off of it. It's not a Steam game? Yeah, I probably won't play it. It also feels like something that is massively outside my normal content. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to make a rescue ship to go over here and get all our people. So, oh, I'm really hoping, yeah, the tour bus autosaved. So this is the ship we sent to get there, and because I have to get even more people on it, I'm gonna make one adjustment here. Got to grab that fuel tank and get it out of here, because now I need to carry even more people on board. So we're gonna need to go to utility, put in a room for them to stay in, snap you back on here. Let's snap you back on here. And we got the very last Lardine on their 495 stream streak. Thank you so much for that, I really do appreciate it. Okay, I don't actually need all the lander stuff, but I'm just not going to alter the ship. Okay. So we didn't change a whole lot, all of our staging should be the same. Now, the thing I need to deal with is... you are going to sit this one out. As you can see, we have a lot of seats to fill up. Like a lot of seats to fill up. Because I've got 2 tourists, 2 people we rescued, and the 3 people from the other crew. So we're going to have to do all that. The good news is I don't have to land this time. So we're just going to try and go rescue our people over from the moon. And then once we've done that, we can then from there go and get on to our next mission. But for right now, we got people, they're stranded, let's go get them. And while that's staging up, so our goal here is first to get to the moon. You know, clip leader? Yeah, I mean, the channel doesn't get that many clips on it. Just, it's kind of the reality is I'm not someone who has really heavy, really pronounced reactions very often. One, just my approach to gaming is very methodical, so I don't tend to get surprised super often. Exceptions apply, like with certain games, those surprises just happen. And then usually my reactions aren't particularly emotive. So I don't tend to be the person who, like, kicks a chair out from behind him and jumps out of her chair when something pops up or whatever. It's just, it's one of the reasons why when people make suggestions for horror games and all that, it's usually a no, because, like, yeah, you're not going to be satisfied with it. Okay. So they're actually stranded around the moon. We did get them off into orbit and everything, but yeah. Also might not be very many other embarrassing mistakes to clip, like backflipping rockets. Yeah, I mean, we certainly had rockets that didn't go as smoothly as I'd like. But that's fine. That's Kerbal. But yeah, no, I tend to be a person that the pro and con with the methodical gameplay I tend to do is, one, it tends to lead to a lot less a lot less like really dramatic moments. I don't tend to emote as much, and this isn't, again, there's like no judgment for anyone who does emote far heavier or anything like that. That's not a bad thing. I think I started the turn too early again. Because this rocket is immensely heavy. So it actually struggles to get in orbit a bit. I need to adjust some of these stages to get the weight ratio better. I was told that I guess it's the TMR stats or whatever. I was told I could look that up in the hangar thing back at, or in the vehicle assembly building. I just haven't done it. TWR, thrust to weight ratio, yeah. And it makes sense. I'm just not used to having that access to that information in the game. Back in my day when we played Kerbal, you covered everything with struts, and you just had to guess to see if the numbers were anything good. If you wanted your Delta V, that was the whole thing. You couldn't just see your Delta V right there, which this is amazing. Do we use KER for TWR and DV? KER. I'm curious what that is in the context. Because I just remember back in the day, you just kind of had to get a feel for, like, okay, here's about the right amount of weight, just as a rough guess for this engine. Back in your day, we used onion and asparagus staging and vibes to get to Elo, land, and return to Kerbin. Kerbal Engineering Redux, best mod. Oh yeah, no, I don't generally mod. Keep adding struts until you have too many. How do you know you have too many? Well, struts, they didn't used to weigh anything, did they? If I remember correctly, they might still not. But that was always the thing, is you just put more struts until the wiggle went away. And a Night Dweller on your 7 stream streak. Thanks so much for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so the TWR on here is probably not great. And I'm going to assume it's just the engine compared to this, that if I brought the TWR down enough, it'd be in way better shape. Or up enough, whatever you want to say. Get the weight lower. Let's see, KER is a very unintrusive mod. It adds lots of GUI radio readouts on top of the screen. Yeah, no, and those, for the record, those are the types of mods I usually do get. Generally speaking, when I mod, I tend to mod my games very lightly, and it's almost always like quality of life stuff like that, where it's just, you know, taking the data that's hidden behind the veil and bringing it to the surface, that kind of thing. Okay, we'll stop it there because we definitely don't want to dip down. The good news is we should be good for orbit. We're gonna start coming back down on our altimeter a little bit, but it's somewhere around 2,000 meters a second is when you're like solidly in orbit, assuming you're doing anything remotely like a circle. Like 2,200, something like that. And so we are counting up relatively quick. Let's see, start at vanilla, grab a few quality of life mods if annoyed, beat the game once, consume all mods, blarg. Yeah, so I'm more in the camp of like, usually I'll start every game mod free. Like I think very genuinely it is a mistake to buy a game and then immediately grab like 10 or so mods or whatever. I do think it is worth taking the time to play a game at least a little bit without the mods. Not to gotta go do a whole playthrough or anything to like earn the right to do mods or whatever. But you know, get a basic feel for the game without the mods. And then once you've got like kind of that feel, you'd be like, all right, well here's some pain points. And again, for me, it's quality of life stuff. Like again, you know, if I was playing something like Stardew Valley back in the day, I might get a mod that I can put my mouse over the building and it says, these are the days this is open. Because like, in reality, a day doesn't last 20 minutes. You have time to be like, oh yeah, what time did this open? And you can like pull out your phone in normal life and do that. Or have your calendar or whatever. But in Stardew Valley, you can't, like, leave yourself a post-it note in the game or whatever. The one exception to that rule would be Phoenix Point with all DLC. It's a total conversion mod. Terror from the Void is 1,000 times better experience than vanilla with all DLC run. Oh no, there's definitely games that do benefit from a lot of DLC. Like, there are games that genuinely DLC can be very transformative to the whole game. Alright, we're gonna be... This is not gonna be a clean orbit. I need to adjust this rocket. Like, it's worked, so I just keep rebuilding it. But it is not exactly a cost-effective rocket. Every time I launch this thing, I think the cost is something like $90,000 or something like that. Which does add up relatively quickly. But with all the contracts you get done and the money they make, that's usually not a big deal. Alright, so we might just barely touch the atmosphere. Because at 70,000, we're going to start touching the atmosphere, and we're right about to get the periapsis up above that thing. You're mulling over how you want to approach Baldur's Gate 3. The game's long enough, you won't want to play it twice, so you're debating what mods to use. Well, in that case, what I'd probably do is you probably start off no mods. You do just a bit of, like, Act 1, get a feel for it, and then see what you think, kind of thing. That definitely feels like a game you could really kind of hurt your experience by just slamming the mods really hard right from the get-go. This is not at all a clean orbit. Because we're getting our apoapsis just way higher than I wanted at this stage. But I need to try and bring up the periapsis as best we can. We do some a little dodgy here. Come on, higher. Okay, so we're starting to go up. Let's narrow our profile. Okay. Well, we're technically in orbit now. I do need to bring this up, though, because we're skimming the atmosphere, but if I keep burning on this side, I'm just going to keep pushing the apoapsis out. So yeah, that was a very, very... Oh, this just burned off that last bit of the stage. That was a very messy time, but that's okay. That's what this engine's designed for anyways, is doing our space travel. I need to redesign that stage. That stage is just not... It's way too much fuel tank for the engine on it. So I either need more thrust on it or need to ditch some weight. Okay. Yeah, so we've already got a pretty messy orbit. That said, I might be able to make this work for me. What I need to do first, though, is I need to get out to the far side here so I can bring the periapsis to not be in the atmosphere. And then we'll figure out where on here I need to go to get to the moon. So a little messy, especially since I got to get like this weird orbit there. That's gonna be way less fuel efficient, and that's just because I had to rescue a down ship on like the pole. Hey Asler, how's it going? The correct way, the Kerbal way, more thrust. Okay, so let's go here. Let it adjust to be aligned. And I just need to bring the periapsis up to at least like 80,000. And once we're there, we're solid. And then we can figure out what maneuver I need to go to get to the moon. Because this is a really messy start to this whole thing. Luckily, If we're not considering landing, I've got Delta V for days. Okay, so most likely we're going to want to start this maneuver around here somewhere. I'm going to bring it out to the moon, because that way we're taking advantage of the burn I've already done. Fortunately, is relatively okayly positioned. It's not a total waste. Yes, that doesn't seem to be improving my situation at all. Okay, I think we're going the wrong way. We could drop the speed down a bit. Needless to say, that's too steep an angle. There's unintentionally an intercept on Minmus. There we go. So let's bring you here. That's a nice long arc. Let's slow you down. We don't need nearly that much of a burn to make this work. Yeah, that'll probably be good. Yep, that should be good. So, solid 250 burn there. That's a pretty sizable burn. But that's okay. We got more than enough fuel to get there, intercept the ship, and get back. So let's go ahead and switch you. Got to get ourselves aligned. It's going to be a solid 40-something second burn. Almost exactly directly with the moon and the apoapsis. Use the RCS to try and correct herself faster. Okay. And crank it on up. What are you trying to do? So, at the end of yesterday's stream, we stacked missions where I had two Kerbals I had to land on the moon. I had one Kerbal I had to rescue that from the surface of the moon, and another Kerbal I had to rescue from an orbit of the moon. Those were all missions I had to do. And most of it went fine, but we didn't have quite enough fuel to get back. So I am going with a really big rocket with just lots of seats to retrieve all of them, to bring him home real quick. Quick for Kerbal Space Program. So we're just getting a whole lot of stranded people from trying to stack a bunch of missions. Okay, and perfect. So now we want to get to where we hit the moon's gravitational force. And unfortunately, it wouldn't have been so bad, except the ship we're going for, I had to orbit it vertically on the moon, not horizontally, because the person I had to pick up their landing, as you can see, is on the bottom of the moon. So I had to get over and change my orbit on the moon all the way north-south. So even though I had enough delta V to normally escape the moon from from the moon in general, because the angle was all wrong, there wasn't really a good angle for me to ditch the moon such that I would return to a decent orbit for Kerbin. So we just did the best we could. So we're trying to meet up with the tour bus. With the other tour bus, I guess. I should have probably renamed it, but that's fine. Okay. So now we're here. And so what we're going to go ahead and do is switch to retrograde. Is this my first time playing Kerbal Space Program? No, but before this run, which we've been doing the last couple of days, I hadn't played Kerbal Space Program for, like, literally career mode was very, very first introduced. Not even, like, remotely fleshed out. Is the last time I played. So that, like, very genuinely, in a lot of ways, it's like I understand the basic mechanics to the game, but the game feels very, very different to me because so much has changed. Like I was mentioning earlier that we didn't used to have the Delta V available right here. We didn't have the TWR available. You had to get mods for all that. Things would just rip themselves apart for no discernible reason. They just wobble and then rip apart suddenly because just game had weird math problems. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is I probably put the most of my time into Sandbox. I did put some time into Science. The career mode is really cool. I really do like it giving us a bunch of, like, random missions to do. I feel like that kind of gives you a lot more flavor to the playthrough on how it works. Okay, so we're dropping in on our orbit. I am going to need to set that as my new target. So as you can see, the other one, because I had to hit that bottom there, we've got a really rough orbit there. So I'm going to have to use this phase to get there. The good news is because we're not actually landing on the moon this time, I do have an entire extra stage of fuel. And I could have taken our lander off of this and changed all that, and it would have made my life easier in that regard. But yeah. You mod the game, it makes it even more difficult. Yeah, that's fine. I've heard they've got a lot of really good mods, like survival thing. For me, Kerbal Space Program was never really about the difficulty, because honestly, it never felt like a particularly difficult game for me to begin with. Not in any kind of a bad way. Okay, so we've got that. So the next thing I would want to do is let's add a maneuver here. Because we are 70 off. We're going to need to do a lot of adjustments on this. Alright, that's not... Okay. Let's just fix this. Okay, so we're still facing retrograde. Let's bring this in. So we're at a nice close orbit. I've definitely gotten ships home back in the day using just the RCS. Where things like you're just over the atmosphere, just sitting there like holding thrust with the little RCS to just try and get yourself enough in the atmosphere that you start scraping up against it. Yes, let's get this periapsis down much lower. We're not gonna go for like getting all the way down to what we can right now. But right now, when I start trying to rotate the orbit, we're slingshotting out. Because we're going to have to do a pretty extreme adjustment to our positions. Let's go try and get to... I still think the most ridiculous rescue I ever did is this before I had like docking clamps and all that kind of stuff. And I got a ship stranded. And I didn't really have a good way to get it home. And so I took another ship, and I just put like a cone on the front of it, facing up. So like as unaerodynamic as possible. And so I got it to the point where I kind of just put the cone up to our ship, and just barely turned on the throttle, and just deorbited it like that. Which got messy, because then I had two ships kind of deorbiting at the same time. But I do remember doing a rescue that way way, way, way back early access in Kerbal Space Program. Okay, so plans to get to around the periapsis here. Just dethrottle to bring the apoapsis in, and then we gotta rotate our orbit to match with this. The thing I gotta make sure is that when we're doing that, I need to make sure I rotate it such that I'm going the correct direction relative to that. Because if I end up going the other way, we've got big problems. Okay. Get to retrograde, that's close enough to right. If we can get this fast, I might be able to then set the maneuver to try and fix the orbit. And back off a bit. Okay, so we're about 100k up on both angles. So let's try and go to this node here, add a maneuver. So I need to be orbiting from the bottom up. So that means we need to go not that way, but this way. Yeah, no, I should have played a Delta V. Okay, so how are we doing on that? We're at 0.8. Yeah, no, it's a real bad plane change. I've got tons of Delta V, though, so I'm not really worried about it. Just gotta get it right. Okay, that might be what we just do for that one. That's going to be very inefficient, but I think that's fine. Because that'll get us close enough to it, because I still have 2,000 Delta V and another 1,000 on the next stage, so we're really looking good here. That fun time yet? Oh yeah, no, I definitely enjoy Kerbal Space Program. This is a real big burn we're doing here. We need to do it relatively quick, because this part of the burn, we are technically deorbiting ourselves. So I need to get enough to, like, reposition the orbit back up again. Definitely best 3 games? It's up there. I usually will say it is the best edutainment game. Okay, so we're at the point where we're starting to bring the orbit back up. Okay, and that'll do. Alright, so how do we do here? So we're about 1.5 off, and we're off by a very considerable distance here. We do have where our orbits are a little messy on this side. So let's go ahead and grab this node now. There we go, and that puts us at exactly 0. So again, move to that maneuver. So a little tiny thrust to get us on the right track, so we're at least on the same plane. And then once we're on the same plane, then we start doing our stuff to close in on that craft. Unfortunately, we're on like almost the exact opposite side of everything. So this is going to be one of those things that's going to take a little bit of finagling to get ourselves where we need to be. So we'll switch to target. And then we should be exactly on the same plane, and then just trying to get things sorted. Because it does look like, for the most part, we spend the whole thing on the outside. So this should catch up to us with that wide of an orbit. Alright, how did we do? We are right in the sweet spot. Okay. So, the current intercept is 442 away. Needless to say, that's not going to be a good intercept for us. Yeah, that's what we're looking at, is trying to get it so... Right now, because it's way behind me, if we just let us do an orbit or two, a couple of orbits around here, we should see these markers start getting closer. Yeah, so let's go shave off 200-kilometer gap between us. So if we just do 2 laps around, it should be getting down to the kind of that sweet spot we want. And then probably around the periapsis or something in that area, we can start trying to fix this, depending on where all these intersects line up. I know those aren't right. Yeah, so you're at 285. And that'll be at 3.5. So around here, we're going to want to start trying to retrograde ourselves relative to that to fix this up as best we can. I don't think we're going to be able to do it all in one pass. It's just too much of a difference. But we should be able to cut it down to like 10-20 kilometers relatively easy. The challenge is I got to be careful not to do it too much where I don't deorbit ourselves. Yeah, look, let's get closer. Because we'd be doing a massive amount of retrograde. Let's get a little closer. Okay, so go full retrograde. We just got to watch our periapsis so we don't accidentally deorbit ourselves. Okay. Yep, so we're getting it corrected. Gonna get closer here, and then we'll adjust some more. Yes, we're good there. Yeah, it's making it a little bit worse, even though we are getting our relative close. We can take you here, adjust this. Instead, nudge ourselves towards the target. Yeah, so you'd be way off here. Put ourselves back to retrograde. That should update. Yeah, so next pass it's saying we're going to be off by 50. Yeah, so next pass is going to put us off by about 50. Okay, that retrograde thrust is putting ourselves back in line on the next pass. Okay, so we got a little bit there. Again, let's switch to moving slightly towards the target. Because we're hanging right around 3K. We're just getting ourselves a bit closer. Then retrograde it again. Because as you can see, we're slowly putting ourselves on basically the same incline. So what I'm going to pretty much do here is we're going to wait till we stop seeing the distance between us and the other one going down. And once that happens, we will then go and pulse this again to get ourselves aligned with it again. Then start approaching it again. We're going to keep doing that until we close into a very, very close proximity. Because we're only 3K away. We're almost to the point that we can switch vehicles. The problem is, I got 7 Kerbals coming over. So it's going to take him a hot minute to get over here. It's going to be a lot of Kerbals going from one ship to the other. Okay. They're doing a pretty nice job of slowly closing in. We're at about 3 kilometers away and dropping. We're just taking our time, not going too fast. But if we toggle our map, we should see them out in the black here somewhere. There you are. Do you have to let you buy flowers? Say, nice. That doesn't give me fine enough numbers to make sure we're actually on track. Let's go double time till we see it start switching. Okay. And we're still getting closer and closer. Okay, so we've hit that point. Back off that a little. And let's switch to heading towards it again. Okay. Let's set ourselves back to retrograde. Okay, yeah, those orbits should very quickly get to the point that they're almost exactly identical. Right now, we're just barely flying on the inside, but then we're going to slowly increase our orbit to be aligned with the other one. Oh, that's already causing grief. A little fine-tuning movements. They're trying to slow our momentum relative to the target, which should get us into a closer orbit to what it has. And then we boost kind of straight towards the target. Yep, so we'll get down to 1.1 kilometers distance here. Our orbit's pretty bad on the other side. We'll definitely need to take corrective action there. Okay, so we can go here to the intercept point. Okay. And our speed to each other is slowly becoming a relative 0. Okay, that's where it starts going up. Cool. Yeah, so you notice that orbit, other than like way at the bottom there, is to be just about identical. I'm gonna go ahead and let us drift closer to this intercept point again. And once we get there, I will try to retrograde it again. Keep that relative very low, and then we'll try and adjust to move towards it again. We're getting pretty close to the point that we'll be on the same exact plane and close enough to do what we need to do. Okay, so let's retrograde it here. You're gonna... Oh, wait, I didn't switch you to retrograde. That's fine. We're close enough, it's not giving me any information now. Which is kind of annoying. Engage the Florpazo. Start the glorping. Enable the flux capacitor. Okay. Cool. All right. So trying to get us just a smidge closer. Okay, that'll get us down to 0.2 kilometers, which will be good. So from here, we could set ourselves to retrograde. We get the 0.2 kilometers, and with that, once they balance out our speed to about 0, which should be like directly on top of each other, it should give more enough time to get everyone moved over. We'll want to wait till we get down to that 0.2. And honestly, that's probably about as close as I want to get this while staring at the map versus actually staring at the ships. Let's even go a step farther. I'm going to do a quick save before we get closer. Yeah, because that should correct this part of the orbit once we get here. Okay, you're at basically 0 from each other. Yep, that should do. Okay, so we're basically in the same orbit now. So now it's time to start the process of ferrying everyone over. Unfortunately, I cannot see. I really do need to get lights on our ships. Where is the other ship? There you are. Okay, so we could do real fast. Just a little nudgy nudge this way. Okay, we got ourselves positioned to close up more. Because like I said, we're moving a lot of people between these two ships. So the less distance I give it, the less issues we'll potentially run into. And once again, as always, we're on the dark side of the moon. No matter what I do, we're always on the dark side of whatever celestial object. Part of me wants to like just turn on an ambient light in the game and be like, alright, here's the minimum brightness I want anything. Because it does kind of suck to always be looking at darkness. Okay, so we've got you almost in position. Okay. Cool. So we're basically not moving relative to each other. Alright. So, start grabbing people and bringing them on over. EVA. Turn on your lights. Let go. Which one's the door? Okay, door's on the bottom side. Thank you. Alright, so meanwhile, I'm gonna grab you. We're going to choose to transfer crew. Transfer you. In the back. Alright, back to our ship. Next contestant. Lights on. Let go. RCS. Okay, now I know it's on the bottom side. Cool. And once again, grab you, transfer crew, in the back, quit ships. Tourists may not disembark from the vessel. You have no engine. I might be able to make this work. We'll see what I can actually remove from the ship. And maybe I could trade one of these compartments using Bill. Assuming I can get everyone in the same cabin. That's fine. Automatic EVA disabled. Activate a hatch. Okay, so I think the actual problem here is let's go EVA Jebediah. I think I need to move some of them into the cabin, and then once I move them into the cabin, then we can get the other stuff sorted. So boom, boom. So I'm thinking we might be able to do is I might be able to use Bill. Bill's an engineer. That I might be able to go to one of these that is not occupied. Remove it. And then attempt to attach the other one. Alright, so Jebediah is staying in the front. So he'll transfer crew. Send you. In the back. Grab the next one. We will need to transfer crew. Transfer to the cockpit. Transfer crew. Transfer to the cockpit. Okay. EVA. You don't have... Oh, there you go. I got scared when I didn't see the inventory. It's like, Alright. Hey, Invasiplex, how's it going? You rush into orbit, space pushes the ship. That's not nice. I mean, unless you're trying to rescue them, push, at which point carry on. Cool. So that was Bob, right? Bob's my engineer, correct? No, Bob is the scientist. Alright, so Bob. Okay, so we have 2 in here, 1 in there, and no one in there. So turn off the lights in the one I want to remove, so I don't confuse them. Alright, so transfer crew. Transfer Bob into the back. Switch ships. Okay, so Bill's our engineer. So the important questions here, can I remove this module in space? No, because we can't engineer in space, that's right. Oh no, we can. Okay. Okay, so that's the one we gotta go. So let's go here. Cannot detach MK2 due to part attachments. Due to crew in it. And I can't take the crew out of it. When moving the fuel tank plus engine, zero out the fuel. So I think you can move the, where did that one come from? I don't know where this parachute came from. Alright, well I guess just get out of here. Okay, so I could potentially move a bunch of monopropellant over. I don't think that'll be enough to do anything, and there's no jet engine left on here. And I believe... Could I... Hang on. I'm curious, and I wish I could see. So this whole extra stage here still has a lot of fuel in it. I'm wondering if I could take this stage off that. Let's, right now, let's get Bob back inside. They're starting to lose... You're starting to have a problem with the relative. So I'm wondering here if I could take this whole backstage off and attach it onto there, maybe? I'm not sure we'll be able to do that, though. Because if I could swap those, then this one has a whole extra stage left. They have almost the exact same delta V to work with. But that's going to be a big ask. I don't think we're going to be able to, because this is a really big piece. Okay, so just letting them float closer together before we try. So I don't know what happens if you try and move a big fuel tank. I actually don't even know if that's possible. But like I said, I'm curious if I can like detach the coupler here and take the coupler and everything and put it back here. Even if it has to get stuck on there, we have to bring it in with re-entry and have it explode. If it's an empty tank... Yeah, no, we're gonna definitely save first. I'm just backing up real fast to, get the ships closer before I start this. Plus, we're getting more into daylight, which... Thank goodness. Okay, so let's just ever so slightly do the little tweak here. So it should be about even. Alright, so quick saving again, switching to Bob. Since apparently you're switching to Bob, not... Yeah, so, or sorry, Bill. Okay, so we're going to get out of the ship again. Space, RCS. Green parts I could take off. I need to rescue my other ship. And apparently, that is not how I expected that to work. Where's my other ship? There you are. And apparently... Apparently, okay, that does not stop us. So what you'll try to do is take this engine down there, because I can't take the tourists out of the capsule, so they're stranded. But if I can move the backstage, I have a whole extra stage on the rescue ship. So if I'm able to move it with the fuel, which is a big maybe because I've never tried it before, in theory I could shove this engine on the back of this thing and get it home. It's weird just grabbing and drifting ourselves. Yeah, I think since we bumped into that. Running into problems. So this is the first piece. It's gonna have to do for right now. Don't bump it. And we'll see if this works. This is the part I'm not sure about, is if I'll be able to take this fuel tank off. Because I can take the fuel tank off and attach it. That's the bare minimum for this to work. I would like the decoupler and everything, but I know there's limitations on what we can take off. I just don't know what they are. That's not looking promising. Yep, that'd be a nope. Can't do it. And it can't go farther up than that. Okay. But I can take the monopropellant and move that over. And that's still something. It's not much thrust. But I might be able to try and break the orbit. Okay. And the other thing I can do is I could rip parts off of this thing in a big way to try and lighten it up as much as possible. And let's take the engines back, because there's no point in me taking those away. Please don't spark. I'm gonna need to correct orbit again. I might also have a terrible idea. We might deliberately try to entangle both the craft. Not sure I can put this back on. Which, if that's the case, that's a shame, because that means I just jettison this back section off because it serves no purpose anymore. My hope is I was simply too far away. But if I can snag those monopropellants and attach them onto the other ship, that does give it some thrust of its own. Cool. So I've got thrust back on you. Let's grab another monopropellant container. It's not... Honestly, that's fine. Get that out of here. And go where it wants to go. Okay, and then after this one, I'm going to correct the course to get the ships back together. But I might try and take the landing gear, the extra set of landing gear on the rescue ship, put it on the front and make like a scoop. and just try to very gently push the other ship. Very gently push the other ship. I don't think it'll work very well. I genuinely don't think it'll work well at all. But if I can get it to deorbit with the monopropellant, I might be able to do a little bit of good here. We're actually getting pretty close to the point that I might start putting a docking port on my ships. Because we could probably get rid of the nose cone, parachute. And see what we can do from there. Yeah, so we need to get them closer together. We'll take all 4 of my monopropellant containers. Like I said, I might try to gently push the ship with this stage we've got here to just get it as much out of the moon's orbit as possible. We're not going to try and do like a very clean removal from the moon. And then once we do that, I might just try and use the monopropellant and see what I can accomplish. Okay. Can you imagine the crew on this, or the tourists on this ship? The entire crew is just noped out. You've been stuck up here for days. Try to at least put on the other side. Okay, now I need to try and get you back on board a ship that's spinning out of control. Cool. SAS on. No pilots are on board. Alright. Apparently I can still steer it. Okay, so let's switch ships. Okay, so it's moving a short distance away. What are we doing? We are trying to rescue our ship and have come to the realization that RCS thruster block, radial mount. Oh, that's the extra parachute. Why are you not? There you go. And I've come to the realization that I cannot take the tourists out of the ship to switch them over to the rescue ship. Why are you struggling? You've got solar panels, you should have power. You have power, right? What's happening right now? You don't have power. Oh, because my ship is facing almost directly into the sun and the solar panels are behind the ball thing here. I see. So the good news is, as I rotate this around, it should start getting some sunlight. We should get some better control. Okay, so now we're getting solar. Let's turn off your lights. Okay, so now I actually have steering again. We can go ahead and let ourselves get closer. But the journey isn't quite so ridiculous. Bring it back to a stop. Okay, so like we were doing, we're gonna steal the monopropellant off of this ship real fast. I should have one more container. We're gonna steal that, and then I'm gonna take this set of landing gear in the back, and I'm gonna move those to the front, and just try our best to basically make a net. So you need to pop out again. That's just a piece of debris, that's a piece of debris, there you go. So pop on out. Space, RCS. And I'll grab the monopropellant. Well, actually, first, since this could be our last trip we need to make here, let's do our best to just move that landing gear. Too fast, too fast? Okay. Crisis averted. Alright. Okay. So where's the ship back? Alright, so this is probably all a terrible idea. But like I said, the idea is I'm going to put those legs out, and we're going to try and use them to entangle the landing gear a little bit, and just very, very, very gently try and push this thing out of orbit as best we can with that stage. I don't have a lot of confidence that this won't end badly. But without a docking clamp or anything else to go with, recovering that, recovering this tourist pod is going to be hard, because it won't let me remove something that's got crew in it. Have you unlocked the hook tech tree thing? I am not aware of there being a hook tech tree thing, so no. Okay. So all I have to do for you... Okay. Oh, I do have the claw? Then I missed that I have it. Okay, so I've taken off what I can, because this is still complaining about attachments. Unfortunately, I don't think we can take all that off. So we did yank out some other stuff. Is there anything else I could ditch for removing weight? We probably don't need all those parachutes or anything. I think that's fine. Alright, so... Bill, it's ride or die, my friend. Alright. So, let's quick save this, switch ships. We've got our target. Huh. We somehow duplicated one of those claws. Where did you go? There you are. Okay. What we want to do here... We want to move relative to that target. We want to be going nice and slow when we get there. But the plan is pretty straightforward at this stage. I want to get over here, try and hook it with one of those arms. It's like, get one of these legs in the front. I want to try and hook it in that opening I made. And from there, what I want to do is basically just accelerate. Very gently. So trying to push it out of the moon orbit. It's probably not going to work, because I'm going to have a big bunch of mass on one side of the front of my ship, which is going to try and force it to turn. But, you know, sometimes you make questionable decisions. Like, basically everything I'm doing right now. Pretty much all of it. Set retrograde. It's a shame I didn't have Bill turn those around. It's fine. And if this doesn't work, we could check to see what about the claw. I'm assuming the claw is effectively like a gripper or a tow cable or something of that nature. Okay, so I need to go down here. Alright, 1 meter a second should probably be safe. We have almost an exact heading. And the moon is behind us. So ideally I want to push it in the direction of its prograde on the orbit. Because yeah, the big thing is I can't get the tourists out. They're stuck in the capsule there. And if I had left the engine on, maybe I could do stuff with it. The other possibility is I could get a docking clamp and have Bill attach a docking clamp onto that and have a docking clamp on the ship we've got and just grab the pod and bring it with me. I really wish I had some lights. Let's go ahead and retrograde it. I don't think we have an exact target, but we're pretty solidly in the range. It might also be that I just have to accept I'm going to just push it with RCS and hope for the best. That's not going to be a lot of Delta V, though. We apparently run out of power again. I thought, didn't you have a whole bunch of batteries? Oh no, this one didn't have the batteries. That's right. The version that had the batteries was the science version. I yanked all that stuff off when I made the rescue ship. So while it's got the solar panels, because we're stuck on the far side of the moon half this time, we got to get out from behind the moon. I can't do anything here. All right, I'm accepting. You're either going to make it on your RCS or not. So let's go ahead and give you the first go. Right, you're going to need an actual pilot on here, aren't you? That's not our ship. I'm too far from all the ships. I have to switch to my actual map. Yeah, both of those are right next to each other, but all the debris I hucked off the side. So let's go tracking station. So what I need to do... I was going to say is I need a pilot to come across. So Valentine's going to come across to do that. So it's not you. Or actually... You are going to transfer... from your cabin to the front of the ship. Make sure your ship is nearby. It's 104 meters, so you are going to EVA. Hatches are obstructed. So, I've trapped them in there by attaching the landing gear. Actually, maybe... Yeah, so I trapped them there by attaching the landing gear. Alright, so we're going to hop over to Bill. Come on. Boo. Alright, we'll go tracking station again. So I need Bill to go over, get that landing gear out of here. and then Valentine to come across, because I need to be able to control the ship coming down. I really should name these two different things. Okay, so there's Bill. So we're going to EVA Bill. And the other ship is there. So jump off. Turn on your lights. So you yank off all that landing gear, then Bill's going to get in. It's fine. Did I mention I hate being in the dark always and forever? Just let me see. Okay, this is the door I believe I need. Cool. So EVA, you. Lights on, let go, RCS. Get disoriented. Where is my destination? No, seriously, where's the other ship? All right. Oh, I can't pull up the map here. No, seriously, where is everything? Yeah, so there's all the debris. Thank goodness we're getting lights soon. That's all landing struts we ripped off. Okay, I think that's the one we're looking for. You love the dark? The dark's nice and all, it's just, you get tired of not being able to see ever. Like, very genuinely, I want to go and find a setting where it can be like, hey, minimum brightness, set it to this, please. Like, tiny little ambient light. Just so I'm not perpetually in pitch black, unable to see doing anything. Like, it's cool to have, like, the visual cone of the lights and yada yada. Up the gamma. Yeah, I mean, the problem with gamma just washes out all the color. You're not wrong that that does solve the problem. And usually, when I have a game that's particularly dark, I will turn up the gamma for stream. Okay. So, here is what we're going to try and figure out. I can SAS. We don't have a good angle for this. I think this is one of those ones that, if we're orbiting this way, this is the side I want to slingshot off of. Well, actually, no, we should go about here, I think. If I were to add a maneuver, how much thrust do I need to break moon orbit? Way more than I'm getting out of RCS. Christ, how much Delta V do you need? Yeah, that's gonna be a bad escape as well. Alright, so I think what we do instead is to say to heck with that. We get to either one of these sides. So I want to make sure I'm maneuvering this way. That's weird. Oh, that's in the thousands to try and fix that plane. Okay. Yeah, the amount of Okay. So I need like 200 something just to get me out of orbit. Let's see if we can't make this work better. So let's go ahead and bring it into just the point where it's on the edge of where it would orbit. You see the minimum I can get away with and deorbit this. Okay. So we keep spinning around, spinning around. What angle, like what moment gives me the most chance to escape here? Because I think the reality is, no matter where I go, we're looking at about 200 delta V just to break orbit. And I do not have confidence we're doing that with monopropellant. Exiting Moon's retro side? Yeah, the thing is we're not really going one way or the other because we're almost horizontal with this thing, so... we don't really have a good angle for any of this. Oh, I keep using this tool on... this thing here only does it in, like, really, really big amounts from what I found. Need to go to this. We're gonna miss the maneuver. Heck with it. We're just going to get to the periapsis and just send it. It's about the best we're gonna get. It's a prograde. Because this ain't a matter about getting it where we can anywhere right now. I need to get out of Moon's orbit. And we'll see what we can do to rescue it there. Because trying to recover it here is just really rough because of how far. If I can get it out of the Moon's orbit, that'll be good. So I am going to try and just take what our monopropellant we managed to throw on here from taking it from the other ship. And I ripped off what I can get away with and still land it. So when we hit the periapsis, I'm just going to go, you know, RCS and just send it. I have not high expectations. That's building up way too slowly. I'm getting more than I expected out of it. Come on, just break moon orbit. Just break moon orbit, man. It's all I need. Just get out of moon orbit, come on. You're almost there. And it's not enough to get out of moon orbit. Well, we at least extended it way up. In the meantime, we'll just go ahead and go back to the tracking system. So the good news is I still did get everyone but the tourist semi-spare pilot out of there. So that's at least something. I might genuinely just leave them up there for the time being until I have the next thing that requires me to make a trip. Okay, so that should be our new rocket. So we're bringing these ones home. Sadly, we weren't able to adjust its orbit one way or the other. And I don't think we could realistically do the idea of pushing with this one. So what we're going to go ahead and do is go orbit, prograde. Let's go ahead and figure out when we need to do this. So my assumption is somewhere around here. Somewhere around here we add the maneuver. Yeah, so that'll have us swing off as about as prograde as it's gonna get, which is not very... Or sorry. That's gonna be a real messy one. But we do have enough fuel to make that happen. I do very much dislike going to a planet and then having to have a weird angle that I've got to do stuff. This has definitely been a particularly painful one, needing to, you know, launch something into orbit not in the direction of the motion of the planet, or the celestial body, whatever you want to say, and not into a regular plane and all that. Okay, we got just a little bit of a burn going, not a whole lot of Delta V happening. Okay, we're right about to be where we need to be. Okay, so we're in the clear from the gravity well. That's step one. So let's go ahead and fast forward until such time we are no longer under the moon's influence of gravity. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll wait till I have another mission to the moon, and then we'll set up with the intention of saving them as well. And we'll just kind of go with that for the immediate thing, because I don't really have the tools I need to do that elegantly. Like, if I could take some, like, I think it'll be a matter of if I can get a docking clamp onto it, and I can put it on the top, then I can potentially put a docking clamp on the top of it, you know, and then, you know, dock it together, and then just take it back, you know, this way. I remember the docking clamps aren't super strong, but just being able to somewhat kind of hold in the rough area I need it. What is this stage? What is going on with your staging? Oh, I see what it did. When I reattached the main engine, it put it on the top stage. That's interesting. Not useful, but interesting. Okay, and there's the Apoepsis. Alright, so retrograde. There's not a whole lot of science that goes into this. I'm on the high side. Let's bring the low side into a reasonable distance to the planet, deorbit, get this thing home safely, get our next contracts figured out, and go from there. So for here, I have like a whole extra stage. So bring that periapsis in. It's got Delta V for days. Okay, we'll take it from there. Because then what we could do is when we come around to this side, as we start hitting atmosphere, I'm going to retrograde to bring the Apoapsis in from moon distance as best we can. And then we can get all that. Okay. Alright, let's start getting it here, because I've actually got 2 stages. The important one I need to do is first chuck you down here. Put a bunch of these here, because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, that's where we blow the top, and we definitely don't want to do that. The tourists are still stuck in their orbit. I got them pretty high, but it was just not enough with just the RCS to shove them out. So I'm kind of making the decision that what we're going to do for dealing with them is I'm just going to keep doing other contracts and leaving them up there until I have some other mission I need to go to the moon for. And then when I have a mission to go to the moon, I'm going to pick them up on the way by, or if we start running out of time. If we start running out of time, that'll be the same thing, as I'll go on a proper rescue mission. But if I can unlock more tech, that'll do more for me. I think ultimately the way I'm probably going to try and solve it is I'm going to see if I can't put like a docking port on the top. So, you know, bring an extra docking port with me, have Bill install it up there. Connect the docking port between the two of them. I don't know if that's a thing I can do. But then I'd be able to dock them together. And even if it's not the strongest thing, I could slowly nudge it with that, because if I remember correctly, they don't, like, rigidly lock onto each other in a good way, but they do give me a bit of grab. You had an idea? I mean, the other option is I just bring an obnoxious amount of RCS containers and just hook them all up to the side and use RCS as our way of getting home. But that's gonna be rough. Because it didn't look like I could move the fuel tank, which is the problem. Why not have them in the crew quarters and move the crew quarters from one ship to the other? It didn't look like I could move anything that had people in it. When I went to move it, it was like, you can't move this module, you know, because there's crew inside. So it seems like they're stuck in that ship. Okay, so we gotta get rid of as much of our orbital momentum as possible. Yeah, no, it's all good. We did some experiments. Sadly, we had nothing that was, like, super good. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I mean, if you can transfer through docking ports, then yeah, that'd be another option. But still, I need to get a docking port up there. This is probably a major mistake the way I'm approaching this. But I've got the Delta V, so I'm just going, let's just full send, like, retro on this. If we see that start heating up real fast, I'm going to jettison it. At the moment, we're continuing to slow down more and more. The downside is I'm committed where if I detach it now, it's probably just slamming into this. And we're still taking it down for the ride. So hopefully it doesn't explode. Because I don't think there's anything to do about that anyways. It should burn up. Well, the problem is it's full of rocket fuel. So it's burning up as an explosion, not a cleanly going away. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is with the wind resistant, most likely is going to go there. If it doesn't, it's going to be that knock to the side, and then that means it's probably spinning my main part here. This thing might actually be able to land us. By itself. Is definitely how it's intended to work. Probably wasn't the way I should have done. I probably should have killed the throttle first. It's no longer an option on the table, though. But there's more than enough parachutes to land us. Sadly, we took off all of our landing gear because I was trying to do what I could to salvage our ship. Well, it's already popped. I'm being pushed into it. It's already detached. It's just still running. And now, it looks like it's all entangled, because now it's out of fuel and it's still attached. So you know that's cool. Bye. Okay, so we'll fast forward a bit until we get lower. Oh, that's orbital speed. There's like, how am I still moving 170? Right, we're still set to orbital. Makes sense. It's like, I don't know how we're, like, parachute shouldn't be going smoothly at that speed. It should be a violent mess. Okay. So wait till it starts getting down to like 100 meters or whatever. I'll switch to regular time just so physics doesn't physics. But at least we recovered the bulk of the people. We got the 2 rescue people we got, and we got our crew. We did leave one of our crew behind on the other ship because it needed someone to fly it or whatever. And we did leave the tourists behind. But we can see the next time I need to go to the moon what I can do to rescue them. Because the worst thing is the fact that there's such a bizarre plane going in. I'm wondering if the next time we go to hit the moon, if I can, instead of staying exactly on the normal plane for Kerbal, try and take just a little bit of a plane to come underneath the moon to try and bring ourselves at least closer to it. So I'm not trying to, like, so that way on Kerbal I only have to rotate a couple of degrees to get my plane just a little adjusted, versus going to the moon and then trying to rotate the plane almost 90 degrees. Hey, and they landed safely. Alright. So this journey isn't going to give us hardly any science. We'll get paid decently for it. But definitely... And for the record, it was I had stacked 3 separate missions on top of each other. So one of those missions is not complete, but the other ones we got. I mean, I take that back. We actually got 155 science. The money's not going to matter. And then a bunch of them all gained a lot of XP. So that's good news. So that's cool. Alright. That's actually probably enough science for me to do something. Yeah, we can actually get one more thing. Okay. So we've got command modules. Those aren't going to help. We've got solar stuff. Not really what we're looking for. The stuff here is probably not going to matter. We could certainly... Oh, did I not get that? I thought I got the advanced ring. None of that's going to matter right now. The actuator's probably not important. Specialized. Radial attachment point. Clampatron docking port. So I think this this would be good, because with the docking port, if we do send another mission... Do you recover the vehicle left in space? No, so I still have the other one with the tourists in it. So with this, I could probably solve that the next time we're out there. Most of the rest of this doesn't matter. So it'd be, honestly, this for a bunch of monopropellant, or the docking port. And I think in this case, the docking port does give me a window into doing a rescue. I'm not going to worry about it right now. But, oh, inflatable airlock? Interesting. Shielded docking port. Yeah, so that's all good stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, mission control. Test Rover Max Model 1 orbiting the moon. We will grab it. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Conduct temperature surveys on the moon. That's fine. So what we're going to do first is I'm going to go... What the heck? There was something I was saving up my money for. Right. I debated grabbing this immediately, because then I no longer have any limitations on the science, which is something to consider. We also have this, because honestly, these number of parts doesn't matter to me. Okay, so it did tap our money real hard. Alright. So, what we're going to need to do is I need to check any of these contracts expiring. When I say soon, it's relative. Okay, so we have this one here, which is to test the Juno splashed down. We have the stack separator while landed on Kerbal. We could definitely do those at the same time. Test the skipper. That's gonna be a big one. Okay, so it looks like... I wish there was a way to, like, flag being like, hey, pin this one or whatever. So it looks like you want to test the skipper in escape trajectory for Kerbal. That's the escape trajectory for Kerbal. And that's to escape the gravity field, not just orbit. That's like escape. Okay. And then these two we could test super easy. I could just make like a tiny little craft, have it test the separator, fly into the water, and then splash that down, and get these off my list. Okay, but that skipper's got to go because we're running out of time. But before we do that, chat, it is going to be about that time where what I'll do is I'll take about a 5-minute break. It is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It is only about 5 minutes. It's where I welcome my wife home and quickly throw some food in the oven. So I'll be back and we'll get more into it. And like I said, I think in this case, we'll probably knock out those 3 I need to do the part stuff for, because they do usually give me relatively good money. And that'll help recover the dent where I just did a massive upgrade on my infrastructure. And we'll get that going. It looks like I will have actually a bunch more moon contracts, so we'll see what we end up getting there. Alright, so I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so it is 5 below now, and then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 She's like staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. You need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car.
No less than 50 gold. Pay, or be jailed.
You swit! How dare you? Ulrich be damned. He can take his spine and stuff it up his backside.
I'm dying. Please
You've
stop
been
talking.
warned. You're now under arrest. Please, come with me.
I'll go nowhere with you, Thatcher.
Please.
Nowhere.
I'm dying. Let's see. All those Oathrin has been slain by the guard. He had led you to his old house and exchanged heated words with the guards. During an argument, he pulled a knife and the guard put him down. I should tell the sad news. No. No, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. Like the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just attached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Going. So let's get all of this out of the way. I don't know why I'm staring at hooves underneath the surface of the world. What? We don't have any animals with hooves. Why are we staring at hooves? Okay. Certainly that's a thing. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're going to leave those alone. They're going to eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Okay, and we are back. Right, so before we do those, one thing I need to do is get to this tracking center. We got a whole lot of crap that needs to be cleaned up. So I've got space debris, get rid of it. Space debris, get rid of it. We got the derelict ship, which I've already rescued. Why delete the space debris? It just makes it so when you're trying to actually go and find a ship here, you can see how this gets out of hand really fast. That it becomes more and more of a hassle when I'm like, oh, let me go grab my tour bus. It's in here somewhere. Because it's not alphabetical order, and there's no sorting. So that doesn't have anyone on it. You always filter for junk so that you don't accidentally delete something you want. There's a filter for junk? Because I don't see a filter for junk. Oh, we have up here. Ah. Okay. So I've got the filter, so I got the junk. Right, and this is one, I'm pretty sure the moon and maybe back is not the one we have stuff in. Yeah, no, I get that turns the filters off. Yeah, so this is one that we had to do a rescue. There's no one inside and all that, so that's fine. So we can go back to our tracking station. Let's go get that. Okay, I just want to clean up this stuff. So the moon and maybe back. Get rid of that. This is a mission we have. That's all our stuff on the planet doing that. The micro landing strut is something we ditched on the surface. That's something we ditched on the surface. That's something we ditched on the surface. For whatever rockets, we just had to get rid of a bunch of weight. Okay. Yeah, this is the one we were struggling to get out of here. And as you can see, it's just parts scattered all over the ground. They're picking up all these parts off the ground. Oh, right, those are the ladders. That's what I'm looking at. There's the drag chutes we took off. Because that was a desperate escape mission, so I just ripped off everything that was not 100% essential. Okay, cat freeze heap. That was when we already did a rescue on someone, so there's nothing in there. The tour bus has people in it, so that's got to stay. Staley's scrap. We did recover that person already. So we leave that. And there's going to be more parts. Yeah, that's the reason I want to clean up. There's just so much junk. Yeah, personal parachute we chucked on the ground. That I think mattered. EVA jetpack we chucked on the ground. Personal parachute. EVA jetpack. Photovoltaic panel. Okay, so that's a quest we still got. That's stuff for research, that's stuff for research, that's stuff for research. That actually has people on it. The EVA repair kits we can get rid of. Okay, so that's all the stuff that's actually up there that matters. So let's hide you, hide you. And what are you under? Okay. So we got our debris. We can go ahead and delete the debris. To get this to be way more navigatable. So you got some debris on the ground you're able to recover for a couple of bucks. Okay, big uppies with Brensbury. Okay, so with that, we've got it all cleaned up. So now I got just stuff we care about. There's also the flags. I don't really care about the flags. But yeah, so we've got all that. It is curious that apparently take control of the landing spot. Because your 500% naked rimrolled run looks like it's about to die. Everyone wounded. The base is almost gone. Unnecessary billion different gun. Your wealth is 40k, hit 200k, everyone went the mental break. Almost no bed left. Yeah. Why do you care about the standing light? It's just a curiosity. Yeah, so you've completed 7.73% science, and you are able to communicate. Yeah, so that's like one of our little research spots. And then we just dumped on the surface. Okay. So with that, we did some cleanup. That's the important thing. We did some cleanup, we got rid of a bunch of junk that just piled up everywhere. So at least looking around is going to be a lot easier. So, let's actually look at what contracts we've got. Because the skipper at escape velocity is not going to be a minor one. So let's check our contracts for active. So the shorter one we have is the skipper. That's down to 247 days, and I need to test it in escape vector out of the solar system. So that is going to be a whole big thing. That's definitely one we're going to want to do from there. Yeah, I mean, we ferried them to the moon. The return trip's going a little dicey, but you know, they did get to the moon. The good news is they've got just shy of 10 years before they want to be done. So, you know, we can take care of it as we see fit. We've got these. So the TS-12 stack separator and the Juno on Kerbin. And you want me to dock 2 vessels around Kerbin. And you want me to conduct surveys on the ground around Kerbin. Okay, so I think the big ones here is to test these 2 products. The Juno and the stack separator. We can just make a really crappy little vehicle that I'll just pop the separator and then drive into the water and test the thing and call it a day. So we'll probably go into the space plane hangar for this one. We're not going to make a proper plane. We're literally just going to make a thing I can just drive into the water. Okay. So here, have a tiny little pod. You got the Rover Max wheels. And you use electricity. What do you use? You use electrical charge. Okay. So, what we could do here is going to make ourselves a little bitty rover thing. We got all our labs and all that stuff. That's not going to be necessary here. So I'll probably just go, not even worry about anything else. So I need a coupler. Oh, wait, you need to be... Well, it says landed. I think this will still qualify. So what we could do is on the top half of this, we could put a coupling, and it was the TD-12 I needed? What coupler did I need? I need to test the TS-12. So I'll be able to test that just while we're landed. Then from here, I honestly don't think I need much. Structure. Why it won't snap for me? It's pretty annoying that it actually won't snap. You don't need the radial. Structural fuselage? Sure. Not really what I was looking for, but sure. So we could use our 2 pieces of structural fuselage here. We'll grab some wheels, pair them up. Okay. And then we go for our electricity here. Just slap down a couple of solar panels. And then finally, I don't think it needs any kind of fuel whatsoever. But I also don't know that for a fact. So So we get some really tiny little fuel container. Weirdly, it won't snap into the back. I'm looking for like the tiniest little fuel container we can. And one little fuel container. It's not the right kind of fuel, but that's fine. And we need the Juno. Alright. Oh, you hold Alt to force the no attachment? That's fine. So we got our cursed little vehicle. While it's landed, we're gonna pop the stack here. And then we can test the Juno engine once we drive into the water. We'll see how that goes. I'm a little worried it's a bit too low to the ground, because I didn't... We'll see. This might actually not work well. I might just need a different structure for it. But this is getting contracts done so that we don't have them sitting on our list. We get paid, we get reputation, we get science. So, step one. Boop. And that is one contract done. Really kind of wishing I made some a little faster now. No, so the Juno was during splashdown, and if I'm not mistaken, the end of this runway just goes into the water. They're just gonna drive over to the water, and the good news is this thing can run pretty much indefinitely until I turn on the Juno, because if we actually check on our battery, I'm sitting at barely any charge, but I'm actually recharging it with solar panel. I'm honestly surprised at the speed I'm getting just on these little wheels. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Enjoy.
No. Oh. Okay, so there's the water. Let's slow our roll just a little bit so I don't go and beef it right off the end of this thing and blow ourselves up and have to do it again. But the point was, I made a super duper discount little vehicle. Okay, that caught me by surprise. That's fine. Like, it was like, okay, we're going down really fast, and it just exploded violently. Okay, that still did count. Cool. Alright, so this time I'm just gonna get off the runway early on. No, that's not a good idea. Yeah, we'll just as we get to the end, we just need to back off. I was still going like 20 meters a second or something, and we were going into like a 45. So my assumption was it was just fast enough it just destroyed the moment something other than the wheels were touching the ground. But if we cut down the speed to like 5 or so, I shouldn't have to worry about any of that. Because running something cheap like this, where the whole vehicle probably costs $5,000, $6,000, maybe $10,000, if that. And then, you know, just knocking out like this will be really cheap. Versus I go to make like a little plane that actually has to fly, and then, you know, drop it down. That's going to be a pretty significant expense. So this is part of career mode, is realizing like this contract's only going to pay $20,000. Maybe let's not put, you know, $200,000 with a rocket into getting it. Yeah, no, the problem is we were going like 20 meters a second, which is not an inconsiderable speed. and it was going like a 45 to like a 15-degree angle. Yeah, so that's a pretty steep incline there. Okay. We'll keep it nice and slow. "72 kilometers per hour or 45 miles per hour." Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem, like, if we were on a flat road, but we're this, because that's where I got killed right there. We went bump. So you can imagine, as close to the ground as this is, we bottomed out and just smashed the chassis. Now granted, in real life, that probably wouldn't cause the whole thing to detonate, considering that's just a metal tube. It could definitely, like, twist up and damage it, though. But the game doesn't have that kind of damage represented. So we're just going to take a nice, slow drive into the ocean, never to return. No, this is a metal tube. There's no fuel in there. It's hollow. This has fuel in it, but that fuel is way up top. So banging the bottom into it shouldn't cause any violent reaction. Has a pretty steep incline, so I'm gonna have to tap the brakes constantly to keep from going real fast. Yeah, that's what you're seeing, is you're seeing... I'm not even on that stage yet. Okay, so real slow dip in the water. We're just tapping our brakes again and again. And we are officially splashed down. And we have staged. All right. And with that, we completed both those contracts. And we can recover our vehicle. Cool. So we got ourselves another like 23,000 bucks. Test the radial decoupler in flight above Kerbal. At those altitudes, I mean, that'll probably just happen regardless. Okay. So the skipper on escape trajectory, I think, is going to be the next one, which is an interesting one because that does mean basically flying up there just for the express purposes of popping that thing off. So what we're probably going to do how do I want to go about this? So you want to connect two vehicles in space. That's not what we're worried about right now. So we could try and do the radial decoupler and the test of the skipper. What about the skiff? That's on the moon's extra trajectory. Of course, I could slingshot it off the moon, so we get that trajectory. And then, you know, take that to then test the skipper up there. Alright, let's see what happens. I remember the skipper being an obnoxiously large one. Okay. So, this rocket is going to be a one-way trip. We're just going to make ourselves a probe and all that. Okay. So the things we need to test is I need to test later on in the whole trip. The last thing we're going to test is the skipper. And that's within exit orbit. This is one of those cases, it's probably going to be worth it for me to... Oh, I forgot we got all our new science stuff. Alright, let's get a bigger battery on this one. And slap solar panels on all sides, so that's our power situation handled. I do feel like this is a case where I want the science stuff there. So I go here and get our structure. I want to just go from the small to the medium. Alright. Okay, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in, all good stuff. So we're gonna go science. We go for the Science Junior. I'm gonna grab this. Grab you. Grab the barometer. And we're gonna need an antenna. So... high gain antenna. Yes, I'm looking at... just for the antennas, I don't really know what's important on these. I know there's the speed and the amount of electrical charge it takes. Go ahead and slap a high gain on there. Because the idea is this is going to be just orbiting. So I'll go ahead and put all this stuff on there so I can collect science and send it back. Because it might as well do that if we're going to be throwing it out into the universe. And from here... I could go in here and give it a tiny little last stage. With a tiny little engine. Probably even smaller than that. Yeah, I think you were one of my best choices. Yeah, so we've got this. That's going to be just our little probe. Actually, we don't even need that big. Okay, so we got our tiny little probe. To do tiny little probe things. I also am going to need on here a control wheel. There we go. So we got our tiny little probe. And so we'll grab the coupler. Okay. So, next up, we need to test the skipper on extra trajectory to Kerbal. So if we grab the skipper I remember being obnoxiously large. Yeah, so there's the skipper. And we do have a couple different variants we could choose. You remember how to do that? Yeah, so I can make the skipper hook up to our smaller payload. So that's fine. We will go ahead and give you just that tank. I'm not looking to actually do a whole lot with it. I just need to fire it. I mean, technically I don't even need that much. But I am going to at least have it fired just because. Because then we can mess with trying to get the orbit to do something. That's not what I was expecting, but okay. Sometimes this game is pretty weird. That's fine, whatever. The point is we got that decoupler. So that's the skipper. The next thing we need to do is test the skiff liquid engine at the moon. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's go find the skiff. There's the skiff. It's another big engine. So it's another one I can make smaller. I'm gonna do here. Let's put a bigger tank on there. Because I think that'll be enough to get us out of, you know, into exit trajectory from the solar system. So that'll be good there. So we're gonna get another coupler. It's probably gonna also be Kirsten large. Yes, it is. Okay, and now's the point where we actually want to get stuff, because I just need to get it to the moon. But those are two we're working on is that one. We also need to pop a decoupler here somewhere. Where was the decoupler we need to do? The TT3K decoupler. Oh, 38K? Did I misread that? Yeah, 38K. So I gotta test that decoupler. That's fair. That'll be a fairly low early stage. So if I use that decoupler, we might just trigger it just in our launch. If not, we can figure it out as we go. So, with our launch here, what we can go ahead and do is get herself a appropriate size nose cone. Do I have a larger one of these? Yes. Actually, let's not use that one. We can use these ones up here. So let's grab 4 of those. Oh, and people mentioned that I could have the TWR listed. It's the Delta V, the ISP, the thrust. But how do I get the overall TWR? That was one of the things that people mentioned I could get. And I was curious to get that information. So honestly, in this case, get rid of you. We'll switch your variant to the shrouded variant. Oh, I see. Shrouded's too big. The other one's too small. That's fine. Okay, decouple. Grab your 12. Grab the structure. Find the correct adapter. Let's see here. Was it under the fuel area? Ah, that's what we got. Yeah, so you put that there. Okay, so I've got you. I've got 4 tanks. Let's go to our engines here. So I'm looking for here is one for in atmosphere. Pretty good. Yeah, so Skipper's ISP is pretty good and all around. The Skiff is also pretty good all around. The Bobcat is pretty good all around, and I think is the right size to this. Yeah, so its ISP is 310. Yeah, it's also 310. Okay. So you want to trigger there. Trigger there. That's the probe stage. Okay, so my hope is that'll be relatively good. Again, I don't see where we actually get the TWR on here. Because I can see we have the air pressure and all that. Hide all. Display staged information, the Delta V, the TWR, and the ISP. Hover over the stage. Oh, I have to right-click the stage. I see. Okay. Okay. So the TWR on this stage up here is horrific. It is a TWR of 9, or that's really good. I actually have no idea. You're very light. Yes, this one looks terrible. I'm assuming. 9 feels terrible. Now granted, it might be literally I have so little fuel there for that size engine, it doesn't make sense to even do it, but this is just a test. I don't really care about that stage. This stage actually has to do something. This stage just, I have to push a button. Yeah, 9 is enormous. Yeah, and I think the problem is it's just gonna not burn for any really, really long time. So it's just a whole lot of nothing being shoved by a whole lot of engine. That's fine, that'll be good. You, I'm a little concerned. Well, no, because it's extra, I need to do an exit to trajectory. Yeah, so that's 1.7, or 1.07. That's actually not too terrible. Let's grab these. So we're gonna go a bit heavy on the liquid again. Gonna make it go a little bit lower. So hopefully I'll get a better TWR on this one. Okay, you are gonna be down here. Yeah, because if we pop those, that'll be that stage. Yeah, so you're not actually going to do a whole lot of Delta V before you're spent. Aerodynamics. There you go. Alright, so you got a 1.8 TWR, 1.9 TWR, a 1.9 TWR, so really high TWR. Your TWR is 9, you might want to throttle the engine. This is fair. It is kind of those things I didn't actually really care about this engine very much. So if we lower the throttle of the engine to like 20, so it does adjust it down. That's good to know. So I can put a throttle limiter there to like 15. Then we can go down to here and throttle limit you like 80. Go to you and throttle limit you to like 80. Bring it down a little more. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, so get them all around that 1.3 range. I don't think I'm going to care about this one up here too much. It's almost in that range. Yeah, because I get what you're saying, because it'd also be one of those things that if we get our TWR too high, that's when I start getting to the point I'm just shoving the rocket into the air and not actually getting a lot of bang for my buck there. Okay. So we've got all that, and our TWR is 1.3. Now, I wonder if that's going to be enough to get us up by itself, because we need to get out of Atmo. So you have you, 225. Because what I could do is slap, because we need to test these decouplers is another thing that has to happen. These ones they want me to test. So grab you, lower you down here, go to solid stage here, do the kickback. I don't think we need nearly as big as that. The kickback already feels like it's gonna be way overkill. So we go ahead and do this. We put you at this stage. And now we give you a TWR of 1.2 just out the gate. So literally using those just to pick up the main rocket would be good to get me up to this stage, to get me up to this stage. I think that's good. I think we are now being a bit more sound on the design than we did the last one. Yeah, no, I get that part, that'll increase. Yeah, so I'm thinking if we have it like 1.3 as our starting point, even if that's not super ideal, it's definitely better than what we were doing before. Because what we were doing before is a catastrophe that everyone should be ashamed of. Definitely not me, but all of you. What's ISP? It's basically your fuel efficiency. For oversimplification. Okay. And there's our fins for controlling. Let's also... You already have a control wheel. It's probably fine. Okay. So yeah, so we have a bunch of good stuff here. Yeah, start mass, end mass. Burn time. Burn time! Oh, that's just for the decouple. Okay. I was like, burn... It stands for a specific impulse in rocket equation. It's measured in seconds. Alright. So it's kind of cool that we could show that, and like overall thrust is just how much power. Yeah, so we don't get a whole lot of burn time on some of these, but that's okay. Alright, so... Escape probe, I don't know. Save, launch. Okay, so... One thing I should actually do before we get farther. Let's put an extra set of the decouplers on that I could just trigger if the window doesn't align with any of my other stuff, because that is what things we're doing. So put one extra set of those decouplers on that if we happen to hit that window and I don't have any stages ready to go, we could just pop them off the side and call it a day. Okay. So you're going to get your own stage. And I don't know where it's going to happen. I'm going to guess it'll be up here-ish. But we'll see if we actually hit the window, because it's always a question about will I be going too fast at the time or not fast enough or whatever. But the goal is we want to intercept the moon and just do an escape trajectory on the moon, switch our engines there to run the test, and then use the moon not to get ourselves back into trying to get... Alright. Revert flight. Vehicle assembly. I didn't realize the probe can't control the SAS. Okay, does this tell me if you can do SAS or not? Unmanned. Remote pilot can assist. I don't know how that works. Right, yeah, no, we're also gonna be wobbly. This is fair. Okay. So grab you. And you. Okay, so back to the command modules. Sorry, command... Oh, these. Pods. So. That's a lander command module. Okay. Yeah, so... What I'm trying to catch... Can not only receive and relay control it, but also provides authentic... Ah, here, stabilization assistance. So what I need to do is detach all of this. Get rid of you. Get you in here. What? Which part of my rocket is the real part now? Okay, let's just try opening you back up. Because apparently... Let's see, you need to reroute the probe, use the last gray icon. So get rid of the probe. The last gray icon. The last gray icon. Cannot use the root tool again on a single part. Select part as new root. Oh, I see. Honestly, that's fine if that's the root part there for right now. Get rid of the tool. Stop. Place. I don't understand. Do I have a loose part here? There you are. That's what's happening. There we are. Okay. There was another probe piece in the middle of all that. So I can grab you, plug you in, grab the solar panel. Okay, you all set up. I'm gonna need a little aerodynamic cone on the front of it. Good enough. Okay, so, checking our staging. We got the solid rocket boosters come online. We would then have these decouples as the one to pop later, so let's scooch you up here. So you probably go into this stage, and you need to go into that stage. So we fire the solid rocket boosters. This then drops the clamps. We then have all 5 of the main engines pop on. Those go there. We then have the spare. The spares to pop for the mission objective. After that, we pop these off. No, we would pop... You need to be moved up here. We could pop these off, leaving that there. I'm gonna need my fuel lines. There we go. .2. Ah, so you got a really bad TWR now. So let's crank you up again. And crank you up again. Yeah, so it's got a pretty bad TWR now. It is going to lose a good chunk of its tonnage, though, along the way. And then TWR up here will get really good. I think that's fine. You're missing the stabilizing things. I mean, I've got my fins. Oh, the struts. The struts have disappeared. Interesting. Okay, we can grab you. Use your liquid engines at low thrust, manual throttle to add TWR if you need. Use your liquid engines at low thrust. So the solid rocket boosters have good thrust for their duration. Then when we switch over to away from the solid to the liquid, that's when our TWR suffers. And then it recovers as we kick off the spare things. Okay. I think we'll be okay. Like this is not a good TWR, but I feel like yeah, that's the idea, is when we kick off the solid rocket boosters, that should help a little bit. But I think we're okay, because most of the time our TWR is kind of in a sweet spot. It's only that one stage that seems to be a little bit bad. And so we get a little bit more thrust here. We'll kick off those side ones. Because the alternative is I could try removing one of the fuel tanks to lower the overall weight. I kind of just don't want to go into changing all that. I think we'll be good where most of the time the TWR is really solid. We just have one stage that's a little dodgy. Now, hopefully with this we'll actually be able to do what we're supposed to do. And plus, I'm going to probably need to slow down the rocket to a certain extent to pop the decouplers at the 40,000 feet. We'll see. That's going to be part of it, is figuring out where that sweet spot is. There. So this time we can turn on the SAS. We've got you throttled up. So let's grab our stuff here. So the first thing we test is this radial decoupler, which is stage 5. Okay. Now, I don't really have steering right now, because we aren't using any of our liquid boosters that can vector. Yeah, because we need to get to 46,000 feet and be moving at least 520. But not more than 1,900, basically. That explains something. I have learned something, chat. That's not the right decouple order. So you need to be down here, and you need to be your own stage up here. Now let's see how those numbers look where they're less cursed. I was wondering why our TWR seemed so bad. Yeah, like now it's back up to 1.8 and 3 and a whole bunch. Now that explains why I was like, man, I don't understand. Yeah, so when we moved everything around, it screwed up our staging. That's fine. Alright, so with you, we can go to you because your TWR is a little on the high side, so we're going to put thrust limiter on you. Let's put you around 85 and see how that lands you. A little bit lower. 80 maybe? We don't care about the decoupler TWRs. Those don't matter. At least I don't think they're going to meaningfully matter. Because you're going to ditch those things off and that's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and try that. Yeah, just look, I saw like the full gas tanks get kicked off the side. It's like, it's not what we want. Okay, so mulligan, we do this again. Let's bring you up. Let's do this. So this is our test set, where if I have to move these around, we move them around. Yeah, so we need to get to 46,000 feet. That's when we test that. A very slow liftoff. Okay. Oh, that was way too much. Well. Try that again. I want to just nudge it and it just... I really wish there's ways to kind of be like, hey, I want to do just try for 5 degrees. Yeah, no, what happened with KSP2 was just honestly a shame. Yeah, we'll wait to turn right here. I should have more than enough fuel to do what I need to do, because I don't have to actually, like, genuinely, I don't want to stop and orbit the moon. We literally just want to go to the moon, turn to the exit angle, and then I gotta figure out what qualifies as the exit trajectory. I assume that's when it's not actually in orbit, but you have, like, where you're gonna leave, and then while you're on that leaving path, you just run the test or whatever. That's my guess. Yeah, because that's what the last 2 stages are. So the goal is before we kick off this middle rocket. Yeah, no, it's a shame. It's always a rough thing when, like, companies acquire each other and all that. You never know what's going to end up happening, and yep. That's a little sloppy. Okay, so those are the test ones. Okay, so we are reaching the sweet spot speed-wise. So I think it would be good just to leave these in the order they are. So when you hit 46,000 feet, we pop those. Okay, that's test done. Let's try and adjust our trajectory now. That we're getting ready to leave atmosphere. Okay. Come on. So we can get ourselves in orbit. Okay. That's close enough. Alright, so we just need to get this thing with the amount of fuel we got left in that, which is 2,000 Delta V. Should be plenty. We just need to get it to where we will do a flyby on the moon. And then use that as a way of throwing us out of the solar system. Or not necessarily as a way, just get us to the outside, not out of solar system, out of Kerbin's orbit, and that should let us run the other tests we need to run, because we got this one done. So our next tests we need to get knocked out are to test the skipper on escape trajectory there, and the skiff on the moon escape trajectory. KSA is being done by a lot of the people involved with Kerbal Space Program in the past. And it's kind of a spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program. Alright, let's go ahead and fast forward a little bit. Burning this far down is just being inefficient. So get towards the apoapsis. And then we can get our periapsis up here. I got more than enough throttle here. More enough Delta V. Because I want to be on the moon escape trajectory there. I'm getting a little paranoid because I know it takes like 500-600 or whatever to throw us out at the moon. Okay. Let's get you all lined. Okay. They're just doing a little bit of a slow burn here. Get ourselves over 80 kilometers up. Because then we save all the rest of our fuel for trying to do our flyby on the moon. Because once you do the flyby on the moon, I feel pretty confident that last stage can just get us out of the solar system if we really need, or not, I keep saying solar system, out of the gravity well of Kerbin. Okay, so we're solidly in orbit. Okay, so the moon's over there right now. I'll try starting here, we can adjust our pattern. So we're not trying to actually orbit the moon. We just need to be able to go past it real fast. So let's grab you. Okay. We could tone down this a lot. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so we pull that out. we escape. So that's what we're aiming for. So we're going to try and hit that, and then I shouldn't even need a second maneuver. Literally just get over here, pop this, once we're in the escape trajectory, and all that. So, with that in mind, so it's going to be a 30-second burn. Let's get to the position I need to burn. Okay. This thing moves real sluggishly. Why are you wobbling so violently? Okay. That'll work. That's good. Cool. Because literally I need to stage this on the exit velocity. Cool. So we are good. So what we need to do now is just fast forward until we get to the exit velocity or exit trajectory or whatever. So that should take us over to the moon. Okay, so we're technically in the exit trajectory. So it looks like we're just good to go with that. So in that case, throttle the whole way down. Why are you not staging? Oh, I can't stage you because how am I blocked by the moon? What? Okay. What? Why can I not stage? I don't really understand. No, we got power. Oh, I didn't put a comms antenna thing on it. So we can't communicate with it? But how am I controlling it then? I'm not controlling it anymore. Don't I have a big freaking antenna on here somewhere? Can't seem to. Oh, right, thank you. That's why. Alright. Minor panic there. Minor panic there. So we got that one done. It's really weird the way that looks. Oh, it's still sliding free. That's fine. Now, so what happens here is this puts us on the escape trajectory for Kerbin, which should allow me to use the skipper and get that one done. At which point then we're basically tossed down to deep space and we can let our probe do probe things. Okay. So the irony here is that I haven't actually done anything with this entire stage. Which does feel like an awful shame. Yeah, let's not take our chances. Yep, so amusingly enough, we haven't done anything with this stage. We just staged it. And we're staging it again to finish that objective. So we just got a big bunch of fuel going out there. And with that, we've done all the things we need to here. And let's get ourselves free of Kerbin's gravity well. You bring it back inside the well. Oh, well, no, the thing is I had to stage it with the exit trajectory. I'm going to let it go out into the solar system. And we were just going to do a little science with it and send it home through the, Okay, so you are officially in orbit around the sun instead of Kerbin. So we go ahead and do some observing of the goo. Yeah, it's so sad that you get such a penalty for transmitting. Oh yeah. That's always one of those things I'm like, the fact that you lose half the science from transmitting feels like such a sad thing. Because it shouldn't be that way. Like, digital signal's still digital. Yeah, no, it's fine. What I'm gonna actually do is things I probably shouldn't. Just because we can. Is I'm gonna bring this out of this orbit and just let it slowly start going to the sun. Because the worst thing is, at least to my knowledge, once you send the science back, like, it's gone kind of thing. Yeah, no, it definitely is incentivizing bringing it back, but it really makes sending the data remotely really not great. Okay. Oh, the money you get back for returning just the last piece isn't that much. Getting that in orbit of the moon or whatever, easiest way to get there is getting back. I think half is fine. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna mod it. Like, I get the idea is to incentivize you to bring things back and not just abandon your Kerbins everywhere and all that. But it was always those ones I'm like, you know, way older tech, you're like, sure, it makes sense. How's it unmanned? It has a probe. Come on. We should start seeing it getting interactions with Eve soon. Yeah, I'm wondering if the comms being penalized is an artifact from, like, poor career mode and all that. I'd also be okay with certain... I mean, we already actually do have where certain tests can only be run by the Kerbals themselves. Okay. Okay, that was an interaction with Eve. That was a thing where we'd eventually re-interact with Kerbin and completely change our orbit. I was kind of hoping to get close enough to Eve for it to matter. I think just the galactic plane is... the solar system plane, we're just too far off. None good extra window for, yeah. No, I hadn't planned to, but I'm just like, you know what? I got a whole bunch of fuel. I'm down, just burn it. I was just kind of hoping is, like, grab Eve and have it so we get thrown out into the abyss or whatever. Just take some readings in places I wouldn't bother going. And I'm gonna have you keep it in English. I do have an obligation to moderate chat, so unfortunately, if it's not in English, I don't understand it, which means I can't moderate it, and, you know, you might be saying hello, you might be saying something incredibly racist. I have no idea. So it is the thing that we're gonna have to keep chat English. Because for those who don't know, it's literally a TOS thing that, you know, if I don't moderate my channel and things against TOS are happening in my channel can get suspended. Okay. So what is causing the change here? Oh, it's because I'm getting a very slight window with the Kerbin interaction. How much do you need to donate for a stream to learn Russian? Probably more than is even remotely reasonable. Because learning another language is a major effort. So the answer is probably more than anyone would be willing to pay. Not because of any objections to the Russian language or anything like that. Just, you know, you're talking a major time sink that is not aligned with actually making content. Oh, well, they're stuck together. It's fine. We'll just let it do its thing. I'm just wasting time at this point. Okay, so going back to the Space Center and all that stuff. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, all of that was, like, extra whatever. We got the 3 objectives I wanted to get done. So I've got all that handled, and we're all good. Alright. So we didn't have any meaningful research additions. That's all fine. Ferry 2... Okay, you just want to orbit Kerbin. That's fine. I was like, don't tell me that you want me to take you to the moon. That's fine. We have you want to collect surface-deployed mystery goo observations on the moon. I already have a thing doing that, so I guess we would just complete it when it runs its process. Alright. So if we look at our list, is there anything else I gotta worry about in under an in-game year? Looking like we're pretty good. Yeah, so we got nothing within a year. Alright, so the Explorer Kerbin, that's docking 2 ships up in space. Okay. Which has curiosities. Yeah, so that's going to be the one we'll probably do right now. I'm going to see if I can't be cheeky about this. Those last 2 quests? No, I had to grab those 2 quests within 5 days. Yeah, it wasn't, you know, that basically they would expire grabbing them in 5 days. Alright, so let's go ahead here. We got a pretty good setup on this thing, but let's get a new rocket happening, because we are going to do something a bit cheeky. And the goal here is I need to do a little bit of a weird situation with this rocket. Because what I'm going to actually try and do, and I'm not sure if this is going to work out well. Do I have the one that's a pair? I do. So, we are going to make our docking ships, which is going to be a little bit cursed. So what I'm going to need to do is make 2 ships. I mean, I don't need to. I'm going to make 2 ships that can land on their own. So what we'll probably need to do is go here. You're going to need decouplers. You're going to need really tiny thrusters. You want to probably read the fine print on that contract. Let's see here. Where are you? The Note Plus part? Let me guess, it's like you can't just send up one ship, split it off into 2 places, and then dock them together. Explorer Kerbin, Note Plus. Dock 2 ships available around Kerbin. Are you talking about a different contract? Because this looks fine. Docking 2 ships. We did rescue Jebediah. We still have 2 tourists, and our backup pilot are trapped out there. And I'm basically making a plan that once we get the docking thing set up to run back out there when I have a bunch more moon stuff to do. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about here. Unless, again, you're talking about a different contract. Oh, it needs to be separate launches? It doesn't say so. You'd also check in the contract list. I didn't see it in the contract list, but we'll double check that. So we do this, we have dock 2 vessels. Note, attach 2 different vessels together near Kerbal with a docking port or a claw to achieve this goal. Yeah. But when it separates, I assume that counts as 2 separate vessels. So, if not, I would complain about the fact that it is unclear on its mission objectives, which would be a fair criticism. So you only need enough fuel, mostly just for them to get close to each other, and then dock. So that should be able to give me what I need there. I will see about grabbing 2 of the command modules. And then we would need the docking port. I think that's... Docking port junior. I see, so it's a size. Okay, so I got docking ports. And we would also still need to be able to get them back down. I mean, technically I don't need to get them both back down. I could have everyone pile into one of them. But yeah. So I can go here. Radial shoots. Okay. So that should be enough to get us down on the ground again and all that. And actually, for that matter, I don't even need that much. We can grab another coupling. And we can grab a heat shield. I think that'll be enough for those to be fine. Okay, so we've got that. RCS is definitely the other thing to consider. We are going to want, because you only have a little bit of monopropellant in there, you have just 10? I wonder if that's enough for our purposes. They don't need a lot of power here. Yeah, so we'll try that. Okay. Yeah, so I'll have, because these are going to be very light. They should be fine. We should be able to get them back into orbit just fine. Okay, get you out of here. You're a spare. Make sure we have parachutes on both of these. I'm a little worried about you being at that angle. Oh, you know what I could do? Grab you. Turn the doors towards each other. Then grab these parachutes. We could double them up. Alright. Yeah, so that should be good there. All the parachutes go up here. Everything up here. Why does it act like there's a billion parachutes? That needs to be down here somewhere. You go up here. Okay. Alright, so we got those for connecting our two ships. I'm curious if those being so close are gonna be a problem. We're gonna find out. We will put the thing for controlling the whole ship there. And we can go down here. You're probably not going to need any meaningful power from this. Go ahead and put batteries here just in case. I shouldn't need them, but you never know. Alright, so we got this segment here. We just have to have a thing for keeping us in orbit. This will probably be one that we might just fall back to the Terrier, because I'm only going for orbit around Kerbal, so we don't need the giant monstrosities I've been building. So probably grab one of these tanks, then grab a Terrier, and that should be plenty. What is your staging you're trying to figure out, game? Go ahead and bring the Terrier down here. Those are those two to pop. Those are those two to pop. Yeah, so this is for in space. So the TWR being atrocious is weird. It's also weird that you have a 0 TWR? What? How do you have a 0 TWR? Or an ISP of 0 and all that? I don't... It doesn't like the dual stacks in that directional, probably. Yeah, so it doesn't know what to do with that, I think. Okay, so you've got this. A really poor TWR, but I think that's fine in our case here, because that's just for our in-orbit stage. And we're going to be bleeding off a bunch of stuff, and honestly, if it kind of sucks, that's whatever. Do you have engines on them? Yes. I think it's literally, as people were saying, that it's just the fact they're doing something kind of funky, that the game's kind of throwing its hand going, I don't even know what to do. Probably want to test drive the top part. Well, I mean, we're only going into Kerbal orbit, so I'm not super worried about it. Where did you put that decoupler? Okay, this decoupler needs to move down. Okay. Alright. So that one's got our very low TWR. Now we need to actually get a rocket that's going to be going up into space. So let's go down here to... I don't think we need to go for like the really big chunky rocket. We can just slap 2 of those down. We can put a swivel on there. The swivel's been pretty good to us. Where did you put everything? The staging it does not know what to do with. Okay. So it's a 0.7 TWR. That's not amazing. It's still only 0.8. There's a lot of rocket up there. So we definitely need way more thrusters on this. So I'm going to do here, I'm going to grab couplers, grab the radio couplers, grab our fuel tanks here, line them up to be a bit lower so it sits easier. Fuel lines going from here to there. Grab your nose cones. And then we can go down here to our engines. Okay, so all engines kick on, and that's a 1.76 TWR. Okay, and you pop here, so we want to lower that down to there. Alright. And then let's add some solid rocket boosters. Just to help get the whole package up. Is that going to be overkill? 1.67 is only a little bit over. Meanwhile, yes, that's fine for you to pop here. Yeah, you pop here, our main engines kick on, and we'll see how that all goes. I'm not sure how smoothly this is all gonna go. Oh, do you have better nose cones? Yeah. Okay, let's bring this out a little. And we can go here, go structure, struts. Connect those all to each other. Connect these to the highest point we can get at. It's not going to know what to do with that top part. It's sure, we can pretend that's fine. Okay. Agreed, especially in KSB. Better not to have it to use it than have it explode. Alright, so there's a good chance this goes very, very wrong. I'm a little worried that when I go to deploy these, they're just going to immediately bump and explode off of each other. In the meantime, we got to grab our crew. So we got Jebediah going to be in Command Module 1. I'm suddenly realizing, are these the ones that are 2 or 1-seater? Those are the 1-seater module. Alright, 1 second. You know what? I don't actually care about recovering it that badly. Alright, so Jebediah is going to get in one of these. We're going to launch them both up. And then Jebediah will just meet with the other one, dock, and we'll just abandon the other one in space. These aren't worth much to bring back down. We're not doing science. We're literally just going to dock the 2 of them, get credit for the mission, undock, and then wrap it. Okay. So in that regard, let's go ahead and launch this thing. Now, there's plenty of room for things to go bad. I do think the like, getting to orbit is the first thing that can really go bad. But the thing I'm most worried about going bad is just when I go to separate those 2. Alright, so we gotta dock our vehicles near each other and curb in orbit. So yeah, you played a lot of Farming Sim, right? You want to try one. Farming Simulator 22 is cheaper than 25, and you read that 22 in some ways is better. What do you think? I can't think of a single way 22 is better other than maybe mod availability. But objectively speaking, 25 is 22, but more. Like, there's no, they didn't change the game in any meaningful way between the two so far as like, oh yeah, no, 22 did that better. I would say hands down 25 is just an upgrade from 22. Yeah, it's mods, but mods are coming. Like, no one... See, the thing to keep in mind is new mods are not coming to 22. Not in any meaningful capacity. 17 versus 45, is it worth it? That depends. Are you living paycheck to paycheck and struggling just to keep the power on, or do you own a super yacht? Because the reality is, money means a different thing to everyone, so I can't actually give you an honest answer to that, since how much a dollar means to me is not going to translate to the same as how much a dollar means to you. I am very happy having purchased Farm Sim 25, and I did purchase it. I did, like, I was given a key for the not Steam version of the game, and then I did ultimately buy the Steam version for myself. So I do not regret the purchase as someone who's owned both 22 and 25. Because 25 does add a lot of stuff to the game, a lot of quality of life we did not have, and all that. Where 22 mods do cover most of those bases. But yeah. Oh yeah, the keys. Yeah, actually, if you hold up, I actually will be giving away a key for Farm Sim 25, or, if you prefer, Tinkerlands. Basically, whoever wins can just choose. Here in just a couple minutes. I don't want to do it in the middle of trying to handle the rocket going up and all that. Yeah, because I've got a bunch of keys for Farm Sim 25 from Dare Drop. to give out. Yeah, so you do !join. We are doing a giveaway, and as I said, you can get Farming Simulator 25, the main, like the base game, plus the Plains and Prairie DLC, or Tinkerlands, which is like a top-down Terraria game. Either or, the only requirement is if your name is drawn, you just gotta respond to be like, hey, I want Farm Sim 25, or, you know, whatever. You don't need to be following, you don't need to be sub, nothing like that. You just gotta let me know that, yes, you do want it, and which of the games you want. Okay. I'm a little worried about this stage. Yes, no, I think it was 5 Farm Sim 25 keys I'm still giving out. They're not all going to be given out today, but we're going to give a couple out today. And then I have, I believe, 6 keys for Tinkerlands. I also have a couple other games, but I'm just going to worry about those two, because trying to list off everything becomes a whole big hassle, and it's easier to just not deal with it. Okay, so we got a little bit till we hit the periapsis. So we can throttle up to get ourselves into orbit, because I don't need to get like super high orbit, I just need to not drag on the atmosphere. I believe, yeah, I have one more stage. Yep. And normally I give away 1 key about 1 hour into stream, 1 key about halfway through, and 1 hour from about, 1 key about an hour from the end. And it's just basically to give everyone a chance to win no matter what time you tuned in. I did miss giving the key out at the beginning, so what I'll probably do is do an extra key later on, so kind of sucks the people who tune on in the beginning. That's my bad. I do want to give all the keys out, because otherwise, if they just sit there and rot in my inbox, that doesn't do anyone any good. There's a whole reason I put the effort into winning all those keys. Well, not winning, that's not the right... So there's dare drops. For those who don't know, these keys all came from dare drop. And the way it works is, as a creator, I go, I'm going to stream this game, and they go, okay, well, here's some challenges that if you finish this challenge on your stream, we will give you whatever. And in this case, it was keys. And that's usually what I go after for dare drops. I usually won't go after stuff where it's like, we'll give you a background or an OST. But, because no one wants those. But, for, like, the dare drops and all that, we got whatnot. But yeah, so we've been doing a lot. That's one of the reasons we were playing a ton of Farm Sim the other day. Yeah, the keys are legitimately given to us by Farm Sim Tinkerlands through dare drop. I will never give out a key that I can't trust. My only other ask is, if you win the key, don't sell it on the gray market, because that's a way that I stop getting keys, and then I stop being able to give you keys, and it ruins it for everybody, and you're gonna get like a couple of nickels thrown at you and told you have a nice day. So like, my ask is, if you get the key, actually play the game. And the gray market, I'm not going to say websites, please don't say the individual websites. Those are things where you can get keys for games and then resell them. Those will give you dodgy keys and all that. That really, really hurts developers. Like, the developers have generally said, if you're going to do that, just please pirate the game. It's better for them for you to just pirate the game than it is to go gray market and resell their keys and whatever. I think it scratched my ring. Cool. Alright. Why did it flip over? Because we're in orbit now as opposed to... thing. The last farming game you played was Farm Sim 15? Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll probably give it a little shy of 10 minutes to have everyone get themselves in. And we'll do that. Okay. So now's the big question of if this works. Okay, both probes have disengaged. And they are exactly even with each other. And the only thing I'm thinking is, how do I move this . so that we don't disturb this too much. Okay, I gave it the tiniest little nudge. Alright, and where was your stuff here to make sure? Yeah, so dock 2 vessels. So I gave the tiniest little nudge. Because you're in space. You need solar ship to control it? Not really, because it's basically we're moving it to being stationary. It is interesting that I cannot set it as a target, though. Which does make this way harder, by the way. There we go. That way at least... Maybe because the same ship? Yeah, that was the curiosity, as people mentioned that, I guess, in the past. Set as target. Oh, goody. That works out really well. We could switch you to docking mode. Gotcha, so docking mode will massively taper things off. So get myself angled up. We will turn on the monopropellant. And we'll just kind of give ourselves a little nudgy nudge forward. Right now we are getting ourselves kind of corrected in our stuff. Okay, so probably need to do the retrograde here for a minute. Okay, we are basically flat relative. This thing you can never do? Yeah, this isn't bad. You just have to like really minimize movement. Like, it is a whole thing about patience. One thing I'm not gonna remember is what button was reverse on the RCS. Because right now we're looking pretty solidly on target. So it did not count the docking 2 vessels in space. So it does look like it needs to be 2 separate vessels, which is a smidge annoying, because this to me, it says 2 separate vessels, and I'm just assuming it counts as 1 vessel. That's fine. So what I'm going to do is not waste any of that material. We're going to revert ourselves back to landing. So pretty much what I want to do is make the minimum rocket we need to get this whole thing up there, and then make a second of it. Okay. So we will go with the MK1 here. The other possibility is you do the thing where you start moving your space station up top, but I'm not to that point. Oh, you're right. Well, the problem, you could go rescue the tourists. The thing is, I think, did it say we had to be around Kerbal? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that one has to be around Kerbal. So the tourists wouldn't count because they're around the moon. But I do have an aging communication satellite to do, and that would be fine. People kept mentioning there's a claw, and I don't know anything about this claw. So we'll start with this. We're going to want the command module with a crew of 2, so we can have our engineer and the other one. We're not going to... Actually... You know, that's fine. It's with the docking ports if you've unlocked it. I always have to remember where the docking ports are. Radial arm attachment point. I may not have unlocked it. Let's see where let's see, because people kept bringing that up, being like, "Oh yeah, I know you've absolutely unlocked it," and it's like, I don't think I have. Let's see where you are. Okay, so it's this thing, the grabbing unit, which requires a 106. Okay, yeah, so I don't have it. So the satellite's probably not going to have a docking port. One would assume. Probably no docking port on the satellite. So let's take a look, because that actually is not a bad idea, because I need to do that anyways, so we could loop those two together. So we do a thing where I need to get some science, we can get that going. You just want to do an orbital flight around Kerbal. That's not hard for us to do. Bring someone up with an extra port, put it on in space. Yeah, well, I know that's not a bad point, because I was already talking about needing to go and rescue these 2 over, and that's how I was going to do it, is bring 2 docking ports, have one connected to the ship, and the other one we would take off and then swap into the other ship or whatever. Let's see. You want me to test the rover max in space around the moon. And I've got a ton of these spaceflight things. They keep stacking up little by little. I also have a bunch of these ones we need to do on the surface, and I've not made a great vehicle for landing on the surface and going with that. We can try for the rescue. Alright, so we'll be making a moon mission then. So we are going to be trying for a rescue attempt. So I'm going to need a pilot and an engineer to come with us. So we'll have our 2-seater here. We have 2 people who want to just go into orbit. So 2 more tourists. I'm going to go ahead and bring them along for the ride as well. Knock out more than one thing at a time. Oh, you are a much bigger capsule. I did not realize that. Like, you are a way bigger capsule. Hang on, let's change that. I don't need something that big. And go ahead and grab you. And we can go to the command stuff here. Where are you at? The command stuff. Get the wheel to spin things. Go to the power. The battery is much smaller. I'm going to shove that on the top. Now, as far as the... Actually, let's check what the docking port needs. So we've got our docking port. Let's see. So the big question is with the junior and the other one. Okay, so they have the same clamping range and force. So it's just 2 different sizes. Okay, so that's to clamp on. Now we gotta make sure we can recover ourselves safely. So it's gonna be utility, drag parachutes. I don't really need a ton of drag parachutes, but I'm paranoid as heck, so we're gonna go ahead and put a ton of drag parachutes. The reason I dropped it down to 3 is, that's my door in and out. I don't want it to accidentally consider it being blocked. Alright, so, we've got this docking clamp up here. We got our wheel to spin things. Can the docking clamp go through the battery? Yep. Don't think about it too hard. We could just pretend it's okay. Okay. So with that, we've got, I'm a little paranoid that I'll have problems. I don't know. It should be fine. Okay, so I've got all that stuff going on. So with the docking clamp, I should be able to remove the tourists from that. And we've got 3 people over there. So we'll have, inside our capsule here, I'll have a pilot, I'll have an engineer, and then we can take the other pilot in here. And now we're gonna do more stuff that seems slightly cursed, because I do need to have enough room for our passengers. So we're gonna go here to our it's not cargo, utility. And we got the 2 people I'm gonna bring up, and our 2 people we're gonna rescue. So structure, we can go back down here and flip it around. Actually, should I flip it around? Yeah, so this is the part that is going to be coming back home. We are going to want a heat shield for this. Actually, I know I'm going to regret this, but... Okay, so we got a pair of heat shields to protect our passengers. And this is going to be a really weird design. So we got our couplings here. And now I'll go to structure where we put it back into being 1. Okay. So, this part here is our return craft. Let's go ahead and, because I'm paranoid and don't want anything to go wrong with it, we can go ahead and put another round of parachutes on here. Which is going to be entirely too many parachutes, which is perfect. That's the capsule pod. I want you to be after everything, so we don't accidentally deploy it. Because I really want to be able to turn that thing off. Okay, so we can go on here, and we need to be able to recover our power. So put some photovoltaic. Is it drawing time? Yeah, that's good. We can do the drawing time because it's a good time for drawing. So last call for if you want to potentially get Farm Sim 25 or Tinkerlands, you are going to want to do !join. And all you have to do is respond. I'm going to be drawing here in just a couple of seconds. Yeah, I got everything going here. Let me go ahead and open my own tab onto the stream. That way, I can get the key to whoever wins. And once I get all that in place, then I'm going to do the drawing. And as I said, the only thing you have to do is if your name is drawn, you just have to respond being like, yes, I would like Farm Sim or Tinkerlands, either or. So with that said, let me go ahead and do the drawing, and it is going to Canahawk. So Canahawk, if you're still here, you just gotta let me know, would you like Farm Sim or would you like Tinkerlands? And I can go and get you those keys and all that good stuff. Yes, you would love Farm Sim. No problem. So let me go ahead and send you a whisper. And I will have the Farm Sim key. That's not the key. That's literally the name Farm Sim 25. I will send you the name of the key I'm sending. Now, here we go. So let's see. Farming simulator. 25. Make sure I got the right person. I've got the right key. It's not one I've already used. So there you go. For the base game. And then we also have the Plains and Prairies DLC for it as well. And we'll say Plains and Prairies DLC. And make sure I got the right key. And there you go. And mark those both as used so I don't try and give them out again, because that would upset someone. Alright, so we got those two given out. And let me make sure I got... Yes, I got 2 more Plains and Prairies DLC keys. And I've got 3 more Plains and Prairies DLC and 4 copies of Farm Sim and the McDonald DLC, and then 6 copies of Tinkerlands. Okay, so with that, let me go ahead and get this out of my way. And what we'll do from here is we close the queue. It's already taken care of. And then what'll happen is later on we'll open up another queue for people to re-entry. Cool. I'm glad. I hope you have a lot of fun with that. You want the DLC? Yep. Which, like I said, if you win, just let me know. You're like, hey, I just need the DLC, and that's also a-okay. Alright, so this is going for Moon Orbit. Right, and not only is it going for Moon Orbit, I'm meeting up with a craft in Moon Orbit that is going to be a bit of a pain to reach. Let's go ahead, and before I accidentally forget the docking port, because I need a spare, where can I shove a docking port? So we got a spare docking port here. Hopefully that doesn't catch too much drag. But this one we're just bringing along with the intent of yanking it off and then putting it on the other side. Is there a way to check to make sure I can actually remove this with an engineer? Like, is there a way to interrogate this part to be like, yes, this part an engineer in space can just unhook it and move it? Because I do know there's some parts you can and cannot move, and I have no idea where docking ports land on that whole list. Okay, so that for all that coming in. We're also going to want ground. EVA on launchpad. I can... Well, I mean, we can do that real fast. Yeah, let's just pop this off for 2 seconds. And let's go to our crew. Bob Kerman, you're going to sit this one out. And we'll have Bill just climb out and just confirm whether or not we can remove it or not. As long as I can remove it, we're good. Because then I can remove it and plug it in the other ship. We can dock up, ferry the 2 tourists across, and all that. So you are going to EVA. I'm going to switch you to build mode. That'd be a yep. Alright. So that we will revert to there. So that's good. That means this will work, that we can meet up with the other ship, slam a docking port onto the side, and just pretend we're going like Space Marines and breaching the side and being like, get in or die. Meanwhile, the people are like, hey man, we just want to go and land on the moon. You're like, oh, okay, cool, we can go to the moon. And they've spent a month orbiting the moon. The entire crew has abandoned them, and they're just like, Okay. So, we're going to have this. I also should have my ability to move with monopropellant. Really don't know where I want to put this. Put on the dome there. It's not going to be great. And we'll do like the other one. Because I did kind of like this setup we've got here. For those who didn't see what we did, is I grabbed that, and then I grabbed the monopropellant. Because these are very light. So I could just easily go here and just kind of shove them in there. And that's a lot of monopropellant. Let's see, couplers are designed to either stay with one of the separated vehicles, decouplers, or attach completed separators. If a decoupler is already used, you may not be able to simply pick it up and move it. Yeah, this isn't a decoupler. This is a docking port. A coupler decoupler is a separate thing. A decoupler is effectively like you have explosive bolts, and it just kind of fires them apart. So yeah, once you've, or whatever they're using for their power, once you've, you know, fired off the payload, you get the idea. Okay, so you put the little Terrier engine on here. That's only 355 Delta V. We can also go for the Poodle. The Poodle is, I believe, our most efficient on our ISP, so basically fuel to going places. It's at 350. The Terrier's pretty close at 345. But that might work for us. We can go ahead and show... We'll show the stages when we get there. Let's go ahead and grab some structure here. Okay. So instead... we have this for maneuvering when we get close. It very well could be an out-of-date thing. You have lots of out-of-date information. So interestingly enough, that still only gives me 771 Delta V. So we compare this. So this whole setup is 771 Delta V. Meanwhile, if I grab this tank and I grab the Terrier, oh no, that's only 300. Okay, that's fine. So 700 something Delta V is not a lot of Delta V. Yeah, no, these days if you Google it, if it's on that top section of Google, it's basically worthless. Sadly these days with almost all the search engines, you gotta get past that crap on the top. It's not, that's only 1,000 Delta V for that whole setup. There's a TWR of pretty close to garbage. Okay. Now the good news is, when we're dealing with this, I am dealing with this... it might be lying about the Delta V because it's treating this as the launch stage for now. Oh, right, because I can go here and say vacuum. Right, okay, yeah, 3,800 Delta V is really good. Yeah, 3,800 Delta V is more than enough for us when we get to the orbit and all that to be good. We can go ahead and go back to sea level. Yeah, so this stage will be in vacuum. Alright. So we're going to need a decoupler here. So this is the final stage for dealing with all that. We got our big decoupler here. So again, that's not a great TWR, but that's in space, so it doesn't matter nearly as much. So drop you here. Yeah, I should be planning to do a lot. So that'll be our space stage. Because I think 3,800, if I have any amount of momentum towards the moon, should allow me to slow down, reach the target, get the thing, and get back in that stage there. So the next stage we're going to be dealing with... So 1, 2, 3. So we'll say sea level for this one. And we can go on to you. And this one we want one that's got just... Oh, that's the smaller one. The skipper, that's 320, that's pretty good. So that's a TWR of 0.64. Not exactly great. Let's think about this more. So you are about as good in vacuum or in space or whatever There's a couple of these that are really strong in one and bad in the other. Like the swivel here is much better in vacuum than outside. In vacuum or versus in Atmo. Yeah, so it's like the poodle here is really, really fantastic in vacuum and terrible for taking off. Yeah, I mean, I guess the skipper's fine. Alright. Yes, it's not a great TWR right there. But if I remove one of those, does it make a big difference or not really? Not really. Because I don't want to try and like pair this out into more. I don't think I have a structure to meaningfully do that either. Not really. Yeah, the Terrier and the Poodle are both vacuum engines. Yep. Because what I'm kind of thinking is this stage will handle a lot of that up there. This is the getting it off the ground. I do feel like even though this is going to be a really bad TWR for right now, we grab the skipper, we shove that there. It's got a decent amount of delta V for sea level. It's not a great TWR, so we're going to want more engines involved in this. So we're going to go ahead and get staging going on. And these stages aren't going to have the full volume of gas like this. We're going to put 2 of the containers instead of 3. So that should improve my TWR so far as like the ratio of engine and all that. Plus, I'm not picking up the rest of the rocket above it. I mean, I already am accounting for picking up the rest of the rocket above it for this one. You can vector, right? I should be checking that before. Yeah, we got some vectoring range. Okay, so you should come on at the same time. Yeah, so that's 1.17 if I do it this way. So that'll be much better. Like I said, once we stage here, it'll be bad, but that'll probably be upper atmosphere. So let's see what happens if we put it at, like, say we do this at around 40 kilometers. Yeah, so around 40 kilometers, you by yourself would be about 7.73. So I think that'll be okay-ish. Let's see, you might want to look at radial thud engines. They let you add TWR without extra segments. This is true. So if we take this off and have just you, we can grab some thud engines. Put them in the same stage. So that would give us 1.12. Yeah, it takes a full 100 seconds off the burn. But the ISP penalty isn't too terrible. It does cost me almost 200 delta V, but I think that's fine. I do think that's fine for that last stage. I do think we do want the extra oomph because we're getting to the moon. That's not the right tank. So I'll put this here. And what we could do is we could stage the thuds to not come on until we're ready for that to be the stage we're on. Yeah, so we can have it. So do we already have the brackets? Yeah, so we can have the thuds come on when we pop those. And then you'll come on down here. We can grab some more skippers to drop down here. Those will go on the same stage there. Let's add our fuel lines back. Grab some nose cones for it. Okay, so let's get some information on these. Okay, so that's a 1.32. When we stage it, these 4 pop off, and we'll be at a 1.22, and then we're in vacuum, at which point that's when we're doing that, like the math. Oh, actually, I got that set wrong. What is this stage? What am I looking at here? What are you, stage? Okay. Yeah, so we got 1.15, 1, and then this shows terrible, but that's our vacuum stage. So that'll be considerably better. Yeah, vacuum will be almost 3,000. Alright, so feeling pretty good about that. And then, honestly, I find almost always putting the solid rocket boosters is just the way of shoving yourself off the pad to get some level off the ground. I've never had that be a bad thing. I have had it be a bad thing when they're going and we start twisting and I have no ability to control anything, but that's a different problem. I don't think we need the giant ones. Because imagine by the time the giant ones are fully expended, I'm spiraling out of control. Okay. So then these will kick on here. And you've got... Oh, only a 0.7. Alright, maybe we go for the big ones. I am pulling a lot of fuel up here. There we go. A 1 TWR. Are you on the... You're not on the actual decoupler. Okay, cool. So we've got all that set. We need some nose cones on you. And then last but not least, we're going to need some tail wings to keep this thing from going everywhere. Okay, so double checking. We have RCS, we have RCS ports, we've got solar panels. I actually don't know if those are going to work really well there or not. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is put a pair there. And put a pair here. Actually, probably better if I, put them like this. So realistically, no matter what angle, as long as it's not straight on, we should have solar power. Okay, so that's good news. You're not quite right. It's fine, it's not gonna matter that much. Alright, so we got you sorted there. Let's get our struts. So corner to corner. Corner to corner, so they stay relative to each other. You can hold that together for the first phase. Second phase isn't going to be able to do much, I don't think. It's not going to fix the most of that. Okay, so let's double check our staging. We have the solid rocket boosters. Those will get us to the first part. We have our main liquid boosters. We get those, they should get us probably to upper atmosphere, if not out of the atmosphere. Then we stage those to the single booster to get ourselves into orbit and starting our way onto the moon. This one should then take us from our journey to the moon to getting to where we need to be and yada yada yada. To intercept to collect our missing people. We get there, we rip out the docking port that is just jutting out of the side of this thing, and we shove that in there. I'm really still hoping that doesn't have a lot of drag on it. Because I honestly don't know how that works. I can't just put you on top. Can I put 2 of you on top of each other? Is that actually a thing? It is a thing. Okay then, we just have 2 of those on top of each other. And what we can also do here is a decoupler. A small one. And we can put a little aerodynamic cone on the very tippy top of this whole thing. A really little cone. There. So that way when we get into space, we can pop that. So we can go ahead and have that cone pop whenever we go into the space stage. Yeah, so we'll have this pop here. Yeah, so at that stage, it'll pop this top one off, make sure we got the right cone. So the docking ports are exposed. And then we should be good to get those docking ports on. Alright. So we will save you. Launch you. And we are going to the moon to rescue 2 tourists and our spare pilot. And the big thing that's going to be a problem is the place they're at on the moon is they aren't on a east-west, like, if we look at the moon real fast as we set our target, our people we're looking for here, they're on a vertical orbit. So if we go here, set you as a target, I do not seem to be able to see them. Yeah, the point is they're up-down orbit versus the horizontal, which does mean I got a really weird approach. We're going to... That actually makes me... Nah, that's fine. We'll go ahead and we'll plan an approach here. I'm going to deliberately try and bring us in a little... I don't know if I need to go above or below. But I was going to say a little above the plane in hopes of trying to use just a tiny little bit of change on this angle here. Yeah, there we go. So you can see that this orbit here, they're going all the way up and over as opposed to this way, and that's very fuel costly. I'm kind of wondering if I come in a little from above, if I can use the gravity to then pull it more into a vertical orbit. I'm not sure if I want to go above or below the plane, though. It probably doesn't matter. The angle is terrible. We'll just muscle it. Alright, so throttle up. And we have a successful high-speed liftoff. This is not going remotely as fast as I expected it. Yep, it's very cheap to change inclination when you're not in the sphere of influence. Yes. And that's what I was trying to figure out is like, so the way it's orbiting, because if I go in the wrong angle, I'll be going the opposite rotation, at which point that means I gotta rotate the whole way around, which would make my situation much worse. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I do agree, but we can worry about that step once we're actually making our moon intercept. Because then I can do, like, right before I leave that. Any outside Kerbal moon ops? And did MNG to save the tour... And did you manage to save the tour bus Mark 1 rocket needed more marks? So we did get the original crew saved. The tourists couldn't get out. So the tourists are still there, which is part of what we're doing right now is I have one to dock 2 ships. I fired that ever so slightly early. Please don't hit me. That's fine. I gave up probably about 10 MS worth of Delta V by accidentally triggering that a fraction of a second too early. Right, and that's okay. Yeah, I still have this space stage here. That's fine. We did have a probe going... We do have a probe going to, just, it's going by, like, the sun or whatever. It's just looping around the solar system. It's not doing anything, though. Now let's get you set. This isn't proving to be necessarily as efficient as our last one. Those solid rocket boosters didn't get me as far as I thought they would. I think this is actually heavier than our other one. I'm just using the bigger fuel tanks, and that's probably a mistake. Okay. So that's already kind of the angle we want. So I'm going to make the mistake of saying, hey, Jeb, get us on that prograde, buddy. Start toning that down a lot. Bring ourselves over as we exit the atmosphere. Okay. Cool. The classic go up, turn right launch. Yeah, no, it's definitely with some of these, it's hard to do, like, you know, in real life you do the slow arc over. Definitely a lot harder to do that with some of these rockets we've been building that are just so bulky. They really do want to just kind of fall if you have any wind resistance whatsoever. Okay. So we're not doing a full-on burn here. Because we only have the apoapsis very, very slowly coming, so we're trying to get ourselves closer to being even with it, but I'm not willing to fully dethrottle. Because we're not needing to be super careful about fuel efficiency, but I probably should be at least moderately considerate of our fuel efficiency. Okay, we're at that point where we're slowly getting farther from the apoapsis, so we can really tone this thing down. Okay. So the periapsis is again pretty close to being where we're in orbit, and I still have 1,000 delta V left at this stage. So that's good, and we're at 3,822 delta V for our next stage, which should be plenty between what's left in this stage to get us to the moon, to get us in position, to get the person, and to get back. Thank you, DigiGuy, for the tier 1 sub. That's 10 months you've been subbed to the channel, and that's a heckin' long time, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright. And 10 months in advance? Is it 10 months in advance? Da-da-da-da. Yeah, no, if it was 10 months in advance, that would be ridiculously generous. It does seem to like from my end, it seems to imply that they've been sub for 10 months. I'm pretty sure they've just been sub for 10 months, not 10 months in advance. Which either way, I obviously push. Now, granted, if someone's throwing 10 months in advance, that is ridiculously generous. Yeah. Okay, so it says currently 10-month streak. Yeah, so that means they have a 10-month streak. Oh, they have subscribed in 10. Just for 10. Yeah. So it's weird that told you that much in advance. Okay, so let's kill this. We still have 500 something on that. Yeah, but you're all good. Okay, so with that... Yeah, no, that's... Just for 10, not a streak. I am so confused. Regardless, thank you. This is not the right angle to meet with the moon. Let's go to you. I'll make us farther away. Okay. So, that puts us there. That's a burn of 700, so it'll just barely touch on our next stage. So let's start that path there. It should be a prograde almost the whole way there. And then what we're going to try and do is somewhere along here, we're going to try and tweak the angle just a little bit to see if I can't bring myself just over or just under the moon based on whatever seems to make the most sense. So let's get you here. Come on. Bring it on over. I don't want to miss our window. I mean, it's fine. We got time. But yeah, still, again, thank you so much for that support. It is one of those things I wish Twitch, with its verbiage, was just way, way clearer about being like, hey, you know, this is when someone dropped like 5 subs in advance, 10 subs in advance. Like, part of the big issue about it is when Twitch gives you that information, if you look at like your activity feed, it's got one set of verbiage. If you look at chat, it's got a different set of verbiage. They just need to like consolidate it to be consistent. And that would help a whole lot. Please stop wiggling so much. Can't seem to stage. All right. So regardless of what we do, what boomed? It looked like the decoupler just got caught up in everything. It didn't decouple quite exactly what we want. The thing was, it was crap behind me, which means it's no longer attached to my ship, which means I don't care. Okay, so the way we're orbiting is from bottom, we're going this way. So I'm assuming from the direction we're coming in, I would want to go towards the bottom of it to try and catch it that way. I think our angle will still be wrong, but it will be closer to right, which should save me a lot of fuel. So let's go around here maybe, add maneuver. Can I get you to go... just a bit below? If you click on the moon, there should be an option to focus view. It makes it a lot easier. Click on the moon, focus view. Okay, this should be interesting. Okay, that's more than I want. Yeah, so you're going like that, so I'm gonna try and catch it on that side. It's gonna be hard to make this do the angle we want. I think if we go like this, I'll be kind of at this angle, which will... So you want the approach that goes over the top. Over the north? Gotcha, so you're saying going over the north and catching it down around? I can try. Either way, we're gonna have to fuss with it. The ship is going this way. It is going counterclockwise from this side. Because I'm thinking we want to go from the bottom and come up and over. Either way, it's dang near halfway. It's just every slightly off halfway. So honestly... Is it going clockwise? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It is going clockwise. My apologies. I said the wrong thing. Yeah, my thought was we'd go towards the bottom and go underneath and come over. because I figured it'd end up going a little on the wide side. It's such a vertical. I think it honestly barely matters. Because it's whether we catch it on the way in and around or how we do it. Because my thought is we're going to go around and come in, and then we'd do that. You would hit top? Gotcha. Alright. I guess, because this is a thing I haven't had to consider very much, like meeting another ship. So how high up here can I go before it's a real problem? Okay. So like, I'm a little worried about going higher than that and not having enough time to slow down. I feel like going this close, we'll be pretty close to the right plane. So I should be able to just make whatever correction I have left. Because we're also going to have it get a little bit weird from when we slow down. Because it makes a big difference over top. By the top, you mean the top of their orbit. You should be able to intersect it. Yeah, no, I get the 180 degree. It was whether or not I would be going in and coming in from the top and dropping down, or going out and ending up coming back. Like, not throttling, but, you know, the orbit of the moon. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I gotcha. That's getting a bit too brave for me. Because I want to make sure I have enough time to slow down. I should actually have a pretty good amount of time. Let's try that. That's about as high up as I think we can go without risking potentially missing. But that should save me a lot of fuel. And then when we get here, we can slow down and start making our adjustments and all that stuff. So we'll have a little bit off the plane. But I'm worried if I try to adjust it much more, I might straight up miss it. But so you go over the North Pole, you're roughly the same way it goes over. Let's just leave that alone. Yeah, because trying to fine-tune aim that... Well, it's not the fear of getting close. I'm actually worried about missing it entirely. Like not being able to slow down in time. So that's accelerating more at it. I think that's as brave as I'm willing to get. I think that's what I'm gonna go for. Because I need to start the maneuver soon anyways. Because I'm not worried about crashing it. I don't think I can get it to be closer to the moon without massively changing our maneuver. Like, it could be a thing that we get to the point where we're at the moon encounter here and we de-throttle. Because that's what we're going to do, is we're going to throttle down to pull it in. I'm going to try this. We might learn that I got it wrong. But this is where we're doing some science. So get our angle down here. Let's see, you lost me, but the way you do it is you get close intercept. Gotcha. So you basically try and point to like where you're gonna slam into the moon, and then, you know, tweak it to miss. Whereas trying to go more so like the moon's gravity would pull me in, and then we would slow burn around there. It'll be okay. This will still be way better than what we did the previous times. Because I think I'm already on too far off of a trajectory to change it to be a closer intercept without just burning way too much delta V to get there. I would have needed to correct my intercept course farther back. But I get what you're saying. Aim basically you're trying to practically slam into the moon. And then just kind of tweak as necessary. Yeah, no, I got you. That's easy, or it's very cheap. But with here, I'm pretty close to where I need to be. Not exactly. So, there is that. I'm just worried, like, basically I'm worried about trying to get this over top, that I'm going to be going so fast that I won't be able to turn around and stop in time. Like, so I'll just hit the moon's gravity and just keep going. Full throttle reverse, and just not make it where I need to be. Okay, so let's get this. I'm going to set you to retrograde. Regardless, I got almost 3,300 fuel. I think we'll be fine. Because I don't need to land or anything. I just need to meet up with the other ship. Get close enough, shove the docking computer in it. Or the docking thing on it. Get the people moved across. I do wonder if I were to take the other ship and have it docked and just break moon orbit. I'm not going to do it. But just break moon orbit, it probably counts the objective. Because I don't need to do it. We get the claw and then I can do the satellite dish, which is already a mission. Okay, so we're getting close to here. So I want to retrograde this. Yeah, that was the concern, is trying to angle it. I just had kind of a bit too much forward, and trying to slow down when I already had kind of escaped from Kerbal. I was just gonna miss. Yeah, no, I agree. It was, we were already on the trajectory. Alright. And thank you, Darkstrider. Hey, Darkstrider, thank you so much for the 18 months you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I just realized I was doing that too early. That's fine. Let's tag you. Yeah, so the paragrade is slowly going down. That's fine. But, so thank you so much for that. Tier 1 sub really means a lot. Really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying your stream, you've been enjoying your advertisement free viewing. Oh, I have to take the temperatures here. We're not doing that this trip. You didn't hear the TTS? The TTS went... Did anyone else hear the TTS? Because the TTS did work. If it's not working, I need to figure out what happened to the audio. Oh, you know what it could be? I bet you I know what happened, because I'm not using the Google TTS. I'm gonna go double check, because I think my TTS setting got set to the wrong audio device. No, it doesn't have an audio device set for it. Can't see if it's doing anything. Alright, I've lost chat for a moment. Let me get them back. Okay, let me go to my audio devices. I guess I have to go into Fire... Oh, does Fire... Alright, come on, Firebot. Do we have audio devices? Output device. Okay, I think that might fix it. Let me go ahead and go to TTS. Okay, did anyone hear TTS that time? Alright, well, I guess I will change Firebot's device entirely. No, it's already set to. The output device is set to the correct channel. What is going on here? Because the TTS doesn't have its own audio settings unless it's on the individual command, which I would hate if that's the case. I don't think it is, though. So we can go to my alerts. We can go to the subs. We can go to the edit. Text to speech. It just asks for the defaults. There's no sound settings on that. I'm still annoyed that, like, the TTS got broken. Well, there is something I can try. Change the output device of app, sound, connect, disconnect, and play sound effects are sent through. We have that set to the correct output channel. There's nowhere else I set this. Yeah, no, it should be fine. Oh, you know what? The test here locally might not play on the stream. So it might be fixed, but it might be that my tests aren't showing up on the stream. Let me pause our music so that the music channel's totally free. And we can go in here, go to our settings, go to TTS. Okay, so it's definitely not playing over that channel. But I don't see anywhere else I can make changes to it. Which is weird. Now, it could be that just the test doesn't play over it. The other thing it could be is, let me check one other thing. So, volume settings here. Go to Firebot. I'm going to manually change the channel on here. Weirdly, Firebot shows up listed twice. And so we can go back to Firebot here. Go to settings, go to TTS.
When do you go to the dentist? Tooth hurting. Haha.
Okay, so that definitely played. I'm not sure if that's the way it's supposed to be set up, but just doing stuff on the stream right now live, that's what we're going to go with. Yeah, no, that one we definitely heard because I changed the sound device on Windows side to, like, force it. I'm assuming I would have to reset Firebot to make it work the way we want. Okay, so it looks like we're actually going to be fine with this. I'm going to stop doing a slow burn retrograde. And we're going to get over here. And once we start getting close to the periapsis, I'm going to do a more significant burn. Because we can make this way more fuel efficient if I do it from the top side. Because I'm already in bad shape on my fuel for what we're trying to do. So like we might have to back out and try again. Okay, so we do still have 2400. Our orbit's not quite right for what we're looking at. So set the target to the tour bus. Okay, so we're only off by 13 degrees. which is definitely not ideal. I also have no idea if he uses more fuel to do a tight turn, like lower or higher elevation, or if it even matters. Yeah, so if we add a node here. Where are my angles now? Okay, let's change the way I'm approaching this. Alright, if I do... Okay, let's get to the descending node. And from the descending node, if we start retrograding, sometimes the wheel here is just in the way, but you also want its information, and you can't have both. Okay, so you've got that. It's looking like right here, we're only going to get to about 2. We get in the right ballpark. Okay. So that's only a 70 whatever burn. So we'll go ahead and bring it around. It's only a tiny little burn. And it should get us down to 0.2 of the plane we want to be on. And it should get one of my 2 angles about where I need it. It's honestly pretty close to just a straight up retrograde burn. Why are you wiggling so much? Oh, it's because I have the wrong thing set. That'll do it. It's because I'm fighting Jeb. I've told Jeb to go retrograde, and then I'm trying to make it do something completely different. Okay. Yeah, no, it was I had Jeb set to retrograde, and I was trying to point it just to the side of retrograde. And it was fighting that. Oh, no, you're saying it's because we're going slower. That's less of a hassle. I understand. Okay, so we look at this. We are going to be a bit over. That's okay. That's fine. We can worry about that when we get there. Yeah, so you're 2.3 off. Okay. So we need to get over there to the... That was the whole way around. That was a waste of time and fuel. I mean, not fuel. I'm not using fuel. It was a waste of time. Like literally just need to give this the tiniest little love tap. And it should put us on exactly the same plane. Now, once we're on the same plane, we need to get closer. We need to close it in. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about getting a very close encounter. What we're going to end up doing is I just want to get the plane about right, because we're still off by a couple of degrees. So you just do the tiniest little love tap to get our plane within, like, 0.2 or whatever of it is. Because of the messiness of that last burn, we didn't quite get it. Point 1. So I think we're going to be good there. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to go around to about where their apoapsis is. And I'm not going to worry about the actual amount. I'm just going to set something there to get it to have me in position. So I'll set you to retrograde and go there. And what we're going to do is when we get to the periapsis, we're going to bring that in to be at least relatively close to the bus. And then we can start doing all our fine-tune adjustments to meet up with it. Because right now we are just way too high up in orbit. But by doing that, our apoapsis and our periapsis should be close. Okay, you're already doing it. Yeah, basically trying to bring the apoapsis and the periapsis close to the same spot. And now we'll see where we're at so far as our ship's meeting up. Yeah, it's not going any lower than that. Actually, a little concerned I took that a bit too low on that side. Because we will not hit stuff, but that's lower than I need to be. And that's probably something that'll cause me problems. Let's just bring it up just a hair. 10's fine. Okay. So with this, looking at where we're at, so we've got that one's going to be 530 kilometers away. Needless to say, not a particularly great distance. Let's go ahead and bring it around and see if we start getting closer or farther and start making corrections. So you are getting closer to me on this pass, but then we are going to get... Yeah, so I've got to readjust this. Because it's going to catch up to me on this swing, and I'm going to catch up to it in that swing. I think we're going to have it catch up to us more than the other way around. But I do want to see if we are generally moving towards it's getting closer to us or vice versa. So 338. What's got listed there? I should do this without it fast forward. Yeah, so you got 338. And 532. That should update once they go past, right? Okay, so it is going to get closer because that is 364 from the 532. So it did shave off almost 200 kilometers. So let's go ahead and flip twice around to knock that down a bunch. If you have an empty maneuver node, you can see future orbits of when you might naturally come close. I see what you're saying. I really wish... There's tour bus. Got 338. Okay, so again, I gotta ignore it when it's fast forwarding because it just messes with everything. Okay, so its next pass should drop us down to like 120 something from it. So get past here. Just get that on my way for right now. Okay, so you'll be at 173 and 128. And then this is where I'm going to have to make lots of corrections to our orbit, because our orbit is definitely not in the same path as its. Okay, you updated. No, you didn't. Yeah, so when we go past here, we should see it get closer. And I'll need to do a little bit of course correction on this, which is going to be tricky, because I can't let that go farther down. So I have to see what it wants me to do to correct. Yeah, so you're 128, take it a little farther. Okay. So now we're past the dangerous spot. Let's grab the wheel here. Switch to our target. Yeah, so it's going to keep collapsing the periapsis. Let's not do it on this side. We're going to do it on this side to bring this out farther. We're trying to get a relative distance closer. Ooh, wait, are you going to literally... Okay, hang on. Unintentionally, our next pass is apparently gonna put us at 6.4 kilometers away. So let's go ahead and go around to that second intersection, and we just need to keep adjusting our maneuver as we go. And that should get us in line. We're definitely on a bad orbit for it, but we are going to happenstance just be close, and I'm just going to have to bleed off that relative, movement change on it as best I can when we get to that area. Because, yeah, so it's overtaking me here. I'm going to overtake it there. We're going to end up just about right on the other side. Which is going to be a lot of fussing with the orbit on both ends. Okay, get into position. Now start correcting at... right as we start getting down to the last little bit of it. Alright. So no surprise, we're pulling the periapsis down lower than we really should. And I am gradually pushing us farther away from the target. Why did you switch to orbit? Switch to target. Okay, so periapsis is coming back up. And we're slowly correcting this orbit to align with theirs. Okay. So orbit's not perfect. Take a quick correction here and do a minor burn towards it. Because we're at under 10K. We can switch to retrograde again. So yeah, we'll get down to 1K there. But as you can see, we're just correcting our orbits to be about the right place. We still have about 2,000 fuel left. So I'm feeling pretty good that we'll be able to get back out of here, because we'll probably burn another 100 or so MS getting everything quite where we need it. And then literally having 1,000-something fuel to get back home shouldn't be a problem. It's a matter of figuring out what part of the, because the loop is almost sideways from Kerbal, there's not a great time. I'd have to get to when the circle is. It's like right now we have our loop is going like this along this plane. So what I'd probably be looking to do is around there, come off the top. Sorry. Come off the top towards yeah. So that way we're going we're going at a speed we'll have sorry, no, I'm wrong. We go to that side and try and go at the bottom because we're moving this way, so trying to have that reverse speed. But regardless, I need to get to one of the sides here since we're at slant, versus like if I'm here and I'm just throwing myself straight at Kerbal, I'm not actually robbing myself of the horizontal speed at all, I don't think. I'd have to check. I haven't really messed with that enough. So let's go ahead and keep speeding along until we see that we either stop getting closer to it, or that our, yeah, basically we just want to keep getting closer to it. And now you can work about trying to adjust ourselves to being close to 10 again, then pushing towards it again, and keep doing that till we get closer and closer. But right now we're going to be getting ourselves down to 1 kilometer from each other. Right close to the apoapsis as well. So we should be able to pull ourselves into the same plane. Or same orbit, whatever. We're already in the same plane. Okay. Now we're doing this at a very, very low speed, too, relative to each other. Okay. So get into position. We want to slowly bleed off our relative speed to each other. Okay, so now it's saying we're going to hit 0.4 kilometers on the first one, get up to 5 kilometers on the second one. Let's go around some more. And then again, once I get down here, I'm going to set ourselves to retrograde against it, because once we get down to that, we should be getting pretty close to the point. Should be getting to the point that we can do this. Alright. So we are very, very close to each other. I want to get closer, though, because we are intending on docking with each other. So I need to figure out... Okay, so it's to the right. Will bring us closer. Okay, so we've got ourselves a burn to slowly approach it. Once again, as always, we're in the dark side of the moon. Never, ever, ever are we allowed to have light. It's not allowed. It's forbidden. It's against the rules. You don't realize it, but they got a library pack where they get charged by the hour for when they have the lights on in the game. So their solution was just to turn off all the lights. It's not really a thing, but it feels that way because it's always dark. Dear son, do better. How's your power at? We have solar panels. We're probably okay for right now. I do have the big battery. Part of the reason I'm not messing with the lights or whatever. Yeah, so we're definitely going to be able to get close enough to tour bus. And like I said, the plan for this is I do have on the top of this, I do have a docking port. We put the docking port on the other ship. We have the tourist and our one crew member climb out of there and move them into our cabins in the back here. Did I bring the tourists? We're already here. It's fine. I was supposed to bring 2 tourists. That was the entire reason. It's fine. The tourists didn't want to go around the moon. They just want to go around Kerbal. It's fine. We're here. We're doing the important part. We're on that home stretch. I meant to bring the tourists too so we could double dip on the launch. I have 2 rooms. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just a wee bit salty that in the restaging of it, I forgot one of my objectives. This is the more important one, so at least that's not the big thing. I would have had enough room. I've got 2 here, 2 here, and I've got an extra space in the pod. And there's 3 people on board there. So I have room for 5 more people on board. And I only have 3 here. And I only need 2 tourists. So we're actually good there. At least they weren't in the pod that was staged. Yeah. I really wish I was doing this not in the dark. The good news, it looks like we're gonna get within like 20 meters of this thing. There we go. Okay, Bill, EVA, get your light on so I can see something. All right. Construction mode. So there's our docking port. Are we close enough that I can literally pop you off? Alright, so we got our docking clamp. We just need to go down to the other ship and plug it in somewhere. I don't really care where. It doesn't need to be clean. It doesn't need to be organized. If it rams into the side of the ship and it counts, boom! There's the docking port. Yeah, no, I did notice that we impart momentum. Alright. I have a trick for stopping it from spinning. You want to see my cool trick? You're going to love it. So first, I just need to get on board. Okay. So, it's spinning. That's a real shame. It's spinning. So we just go right here and it's not spinning anymore. Alright, so we need to switch to retrograde. Unpin it. Get rid of it. Oh, I see. All right. Yep. Now, problem is I can't see. So I'm hoping we'll start working our way around the moon here in a minute so I can get to the light side again. Because right now I just want to get close, because I need to make sure I'm on the correct side for the docking port and everything, and I can't see anything because everything is always dark forever. The only thing this game knows is, how can I make this game dark forever? I'm mostly just frustrated because I can't see anything. And honestly, in a lot of ways, the correct decision is to just literally fast forward the game until we're in the light. I just don't want to do it. It's also not great from the viewership side of things either. Is there a global gamma setting? I tried to look for that earlier. I just wish there was a little bit better choice than just turn up the gamma. I wish it was something along the lines of set the minimum thing. Ambient light boost? It was near top. Ambient light boost. Okay, it's a bit much. There. That's exactly what I wanted. So at least now I can see what the heck is happening. Okay, so that's our docking port on that side. The reason I did that is I want to get to this side of it, so we're deliberately going over the top of it. Once we get to being relatively on that side, we will arrest our momentum. And then I very, very slowly need to approach that docking port. Their ship and reaction wheel? Yeah, it's here, underneath this stuff. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, I've actually never had much problems docking. Like, it takes a little trial and error where you'll, like, accidentally boost the wrong way, and you'll have to back off and adjust again. But I've never had it where it's, like, particularly bad. It's just one of those things that, like, once you're moving in the correct direction, you just don't touch anything. You could be moving faster, sure. You just don't touch it. You just leave it alone. Oh, hey, son. Oh, I asked about the target ship, as in, can it aim its port at the rescue ship? Oh, I mean, yeah, I could rotate. That's actually fair. I mean, right now, we're already kind of at the angle I need. Alright, with that, I think it's literally a straight-on shot. Not moving it all in the way I want it to. Okay, so H was forward. What the heck was back? I can't aim the camera down farther, and it's upsetting me. Why? Oh, because I'm in docking mode. Let's arrest our speed. Yeah, I think the problem is I don't have my RCS in particularly great position. Too much? Yeah, so my RCS all being on the bottom of that globe, I think doesn't really give me the maneuverability I was hoping for. Like, I can spin well, but a lot of the other stuff, not as much. Okay. We've stopped again. I don't know why it won't let me tip my camera farther down, but it's really kind of frustrating, actually. Yeah, I gotta think so. V for view. That's not at all what I want. Okay. Dvorak keyboard versus QWERTY keyboard. That's looking decent. Because I'm going to go slightly over. I should be able to wiggle it. Settle in. Hey, welcome aboard. We have docked on here. Okay, so. And grab, transfer crew, transfer, get in the ship, transfer crew, transfer, get in the ship, transfer crew, transfer, get in the ship. All right. So with that, sure. Crew report. It's now Earth A science. That's what I figured. Okay. So. Undock. There should be no one left on board here. So now we're only concerned about our orbital speed. We'll slowly drift apart. Okay, so the thing we need to figure out is when the heck are we trying to make our break for it? So looking at where we're at now, the place I kind of make my move, which let's just so we hopefully don't have to worry about intercepting orbits too much, let's just give ourselves a little tweak. Just a little tweak up. So we start taking ourselves a little ways out of the orbit here. But I'm guessing what we want to do, because we're going up and over, my guess is when we get over here-ish somewhere, we want to go under the bottom, so that way we're going the opposite direction. Basically, we're slingshotting against the direction of rotation to hopefully deorbit a lot easier. But let's, first of all, pick up a little bit of speed to get to the AP. Because then I want to increase our orbit just a smidge so that I don't have to worry about any accidentally, like, colliding with this thing as we're going around and around. We should be fine already with the tweak I made. But I'd rather not be wrong. So prograde. And then we can go here. Okay, yeah, so we're just on a different plane now. Alright, so that's all well and good. We can go ahead and turn off SAS to not burn any power. So, I think the plan here is we will be aiming to shoot off the bottom there. We're not going to do it now. That's not quite the angle I need. That's fine. We can deal with that in a minute. So I'll go ahead and do it like this. I need you to be farther this way. To somewhere in this ballpark. Yeah, so that's the start there. But now if I go and I take it in orbit, I take it in orbit. It's looking like around there. I need to remember that one is not fine-tuned. This one's the fine-tuned one. Trying to find the sweet spot for how much burn I gotta do to drop out a really nice exit. Considering we're only looking at a burn of about 200 delta V, and I've got about 2,000 left. Okay, so it's starting to make it worse. If I shuffle this over, that brings us in more and more and more and more. Okay, that's the point where we stop getting benefit from it. Yeah, so right there. The controls for the maneuver mode play and fine tuning. That's why there's a sensitivity slider to the right. Oh, I missed that slider was there. That slider is a huge thing. Why is there no... I mean, I guess there's a scale slider on it. Yep, so in one maneuver, we're dropping this thing in really close. Down to half, like 500,000. Because we got more than enough that we drop in that kind of close. I don't care if the apoapsis is very high. We could just do a burn to bring it the whole way down. Okay, so we've hit the limit on that. Honestly, I'm happy with that. Why is there no good tutorial? Because the feature was added long after the tutorials were written is why? Yeah, that's not surprising with a lot of this. Okay, so it's only a 20-second burn. It's going to be a couple of in-game days, but 20-second burn will drop us that close. And then once we get that close, I can start using our burn to close that orbit in pretty easily. So we'll go ahead and fast forward to that point in time. So we get to go around and around and around and around, and I could have taken all those readings maybe, but that's okay. That's not a me problem. Around and around and around, and get ourselves aligned. SAS back on. We're leaving at a pretty wild angle. Yeah, we're sort of retrograding sort of towards Kerbal, but that's just because this angle, I'm not gonna have like a clean retrograde. It's at a weird diagonal. So you only need a 20-something second burn. Alright, our periapsis is, like, it's slightly off, but our periapsis is practically in the atmosphere. So while we're up here, I could just tweak it down to bring in the atmosphere, and then when we get close, we'll just full retro burn. Okay, well with that, then it's time to fast forward till we escape the moon's gravity. And we still have 1,800 delta V left. And that's going to be basically using, honestly, at 8,000 or 80,000 periapsis. Oh no, my periapsis is probably talking towards the moon, isn't it? Ah, boo. It's fine. I missed that the periapsis I was seeing down here was for the moon, not for us. So it's fine. We're close enough. What we can do here is slow that down. Okay, I want to get to the apoapsis, retrograde burn, bring this into basically being atmospheric, and then we can pull the apoapsis in without having to burn the atmosphere 1,000 times. But by doing this to getting it down to like 70, 80k and then slowing, like doing our burn to bring that in closer while bringing that in, we'll be safe. I am planning on trying to actually go in at around like 50, 55 km up. But we're going to do a lot of the correction up here. We'll get down to 80, and then we're going to start slowing a lot when we get closer to bring it down to like 55. But it'll collapse that side in a lot. And... that'll do. Alright, so now we want to orbit around till we get to that end. And then we'll retrograde again, and we'll pull this in. And we'll have our people back home. As well as rescuing the tourists. Who only bargained for a short trip to land on the moon and got probably 2-3 months worth of that time. That's just a bargain. If anything, they should be paying me extra. Okay. We're waiting till we get a bit closer. Still bring it down too fast. Try and get closer to, pretty close to along this side. Okay. Yeah, now we're going plenty fast, so we can just go here, start the burn. Okay, let's wait till we get closer to do more corrections. We don't want to accidentally just fully dump it in the atmosphere. So really quickly, just trying to bring the apoapsis in as much as possible. I need to be ditching this. It's too late to turn around. We've staged it. Alright. So we're coming in, honestly, a bit hot. It's probably fine. And meanwhile, because I'm paranoid, add a bunch more stages there so I don't accidentally pop the top and kill everybody. We are going to get roasty toasty in this one. These might burn up. There is nothing I can do about that if that happens. Okay, we're deorbited. They're not dead. They're basically telling me I cannot deploy them right now. They won't do anything. Basically, they'll go from gray to yellow to red, or I think there's like a light blue at some stage. I think light blue is when they're deployed. So gray means they're fine. Yellow means it's like you can trigger them, but they might not come out or whatever at the moment. Red means they won't do anything. And if you try and trigger it, it won't hurt anything either. It just won't. It won't fire. You'll know if they're destroyed if you start seeing like a health bar thing show up. That's the temperature. And if it maxes out, it'll explode off the side and be gone. We're still coming in pretty hot, but we are killing the speed. The heat shields are going to be more than fine. We should be absolutely okay on this one. If we were going to burn up, we already would have. Okay, we're getting to the point where it'll stop having the fire coming off of it. And then pretty soon it'll drop in the range where our parachutes work. There's our drag chutes. Water landing? Yeah, it's looking like it. And there's our main chutes. And then we can kill the SAS. It's not doing anything anymore. Alright. Which we did put way more chutes than we needed. It was just kind of one of those things that I was like, we are bringing a decent amount back, and I'm not going to have room for landing gear or anything. So I wanted to make sure we hit at the slowest speed we possibly can hit the water. Alright. So pretty soon the chutes will open, which will drag our speed down to basically nothing. But we did manage to rescue the tourists, so this will be everyone that was on that original stranded thing that we had at the end of stream yesterday. Everyone will be returned. We're going to get our money for all of them, I suspect. I'm assuming we will, because it'd be a real bummer if it's like, no, you had a different ship. You don't get credit for the tourists. Okay, there's the drag chutes fully opening. Man, in real life, all of these would be tangled and we would just be in free fall. Yeah, everyone gets home and comes to their bath. To be fair, they've been stuck up in space for like a month. So they're probably pretty ripe. They've been going back. I can't remember what the deodorant was. Oh, was it Sure is the name of the deodorant? Where they used to do those commercials like, sure, unsure. So you know, like the tennis players, and they go like this, and they want to go. Or they'd always have like the one go to like talk to like a barista or something, and the barista would give them the eye roll or like kind of, you know, scrunch their nose or whatever. You know, and then the person would, like, sniff their pit or whatever. I'm glad I haven't seen one of those commercials in probably 20 years. They were on all the time. It was just a deodorant. If I'm gonna have deodorant commercials, I want the unhingedness that is Old Spice. I haven't seen any of their commercials in a very long time either. But at least there's like, yep, this is Chaos personified the commercial. I can get behind this. I don't like the smell of Old Spice, but you know. At least they do good commercials. Alright. So you got a question about the Adam and Eve challenge you did recently enough? Did you have a mod to disable the inbred gene? Or do you only have to worry about... So by default in RimWorld, you cannot get family members to romance each other and have kids. There are significant circumstances that can lead to it, but it's not something like if you're not going out of your way, it's usually just not a concern you have to worry about. But yeah, so in my Adam and Eve challenge, only the parents had kids. That was with the challenge, one of my only rules was if Adam or Eve died, we could go and get a new Adam or Eve to continue things going. I've never had to, but I always had the rules just account for that as a possibility, as if you have no more viable parents, you may get one person to fix that. Alright, and with that, we are recovering our vessel. So we shouldn't have hardly any science, because we didn't do any science. We were saving our people. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's the thing. Generally, while there is a trait in RimWorld to be inbred, it is something you kind of have to go out of your way to experience, run into, or whatever. And even then, like, it's genuinely very, very difficult to get that to happen. Alright, so that would be survey stuff and all that. And thank you, Canahawk, for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot. So these ones we gotta get really low to the ground. Meanwhile, in Crusader Kings, yeah. Alright, so we got all that stuff going on. We are running lower on stuff, so I think the next mission we're gonna do is we're gonna need science. Yeah, so that's the attach the part to the satellite. That's one we're gonna want to have stuff. We're gonna want to have the claw arm or whatever. We have the atmospheric surveys from above. We have conduct temperatures on the surface of the moon. Oh no, that's not on the moon. That's on Kerbal. And thank you, Leapet. Family tree, no, family bush. There are places, especially when you have like a small rural population. Like a really small rural population, especially if they're isolated, whether it's like mountainous or islands. You start noticing the family tree going like this a bit more. I've had people who did their family history and then found that one. Oh, okay. Alright, so we have to do a bunch of these from flights below on a different location and one on the surface. So that would be a space plane possibility. We're starting to get a lot of stuff to do on the moon, like a lot of stuff to do on the moon. I would like to get these out of the way. The downside is this one's still above. Yeah, and this one is on Kerbal. So that's a surface. That's a surface. So I've got 1, 2 surface ones. This is the tourist for going around the orbit. Okay, so let's start trying to get these resolved. I need to make... We're not going to worry about the high ones. We're going to get a space plane that we can handle these low elevation ones. and I can hopefully land and get back up off the ground to do the other ones there, because that'll clean out a bunch of contracts that we got piling up. And a lot of those contracts do give you a couple points in science. It's not meaningful, but we can get those out of the way. So let's see. We'll get the MK2 stuff built. But then it's going to be a matter of how we land. Oh, I'm not trying to fast forward. It's I already have the contracts. That's my comment, is I already own the contracts. So it's like, let's go ahead and get them done. So we got you. And I've had a lot of these contracts sitting here forever. So that's going to be more than enough thrust for what we need. I am going to add one more segment. I got a reason for this. Okay. So we have our weight, we have our launch, and we got our flight or lift. So the thing I need to do is figure out the best way for us to make a plane that can fly, but also that we can potentially get it to land on the other side. So I'm adding a lot of wing for flight area. I imagine after this is probably our cutoff. Wait, did I upgrade this again? Oh, we upgraded this again. Because we have a lot more wing for lift. I should be able to, in that case, need a lot less go to stay up in the air, because there's just more surface area. Okay, so there's our limit. That's fine. So we've got ourselves what looks like a ridiculous sailplane. The downside we have is, just because of the weight distribution, I'm having to move that way farther back. So the real question here, I got a couple, let's move these back up for right now. So we are going to need our air intake, that's one. Let's go ahead and get that sorted real fast. So the circular air intakes were way better than the scoops. What I want to see is, do I have an engine that I can land with? Like, just lower myself down. That is a liquid engine. So a spark liquid engine gives me a very small amount of thrust, 16 kilonewtons. Do you have a really good... You've got a pretty good engine... Oh, that requires oxidizer. What I'm trying to get here is I want to try and get an engine that I can lower myself onto the ground with. Hopefully that's going to use just that. So we don't want that. I could do something like use some of the... Or do we have air brakes? Did I get those yet? I don't think we did. Yeah, I'm not going to probably have to worry about battery. We will need to have thermometer. That's not a thermometer, that's a communication thing. We will want to have the thermometer. Don't worry about the arm. And the barometer. I need those for the actual objectives. Because the goal here... Do you have action groups unlocked? I have the basic action groups unlocked. Come on. Okay, so there's landing gear for the front. And there's landing gear for the back. Okay. I really want to move more of the weight forward relative to everything. Do we have structure? Structure. Maybe it's under aerodynamics. I'm looking to see if we got a hollow one of those. I think actually it might be under payload. Yeah. So you weigh almost nothing by yourself. Yeah, so extend the plane here. That still just moves the weight way too far back. So, okay, pairs of flaps on wings. Let's see, pairs of flaps on wings. One pair to deploy, set backwards. Put the deploy action in brakes action. Do I have flaps? I don't have flaps. Okay, we grab you. And grab you. Alright, so that gives us that. Got... Did we never get another one of these? Wonder if it'll tell me the control surface? No, so I can't look up that. That's fine. Actually, maybe we can look up the control surface. But yeah, so I'm going with the idea of like a sailplane concept because oh, so it's saying pair of flaps on the wing, one pair with the deploy set backwards, the other pair, one pair with deploy set backwards. Oh, so you're saying deploy set backwards. You're talking something like this? To use as like an air brake, I assume? You're talking something like this, and then you're saying put those as the brake. I missed that those... Okay. I see. They're like literally just flaps. Alright, so we want to set... Deploy direction backwards. Deploy direction backwards. Yeah, so you invert those. Yeah, so what you're saying is... I want to go into my... Where did you go? I've already... Oh, it's... Actions. Go into our brakes. Choose these. And then we'd say, toggle deploy. Where are you at? Toggle deploy. And then... Oh, one pair up, one pair down? Yeah, so I assume we're using these like air brakes. Alright, so... Yeah, I've got those sorted out for the group. That's fine. And what we could do is go back to here. Of course, it accidentally do that. Yeah, so what you're saying is basically add a bunch of drag. So we deploy this up, we deploy this down, and effectively put like this big wedge. So we're effectively using it as kind of something between flaps and air brakes. Because, I mean, that's really all like flaps do, is they just extend out and back and all that. So it makes sense that would work that way. I just didn't think of those as being flaps. Let's make sure action groups didn't get screwed up when I unhooked it. Yep. Alright. Meanwhile, we still need air intake for our engines. So I'm going to go ahead and do here is going to go to structure. And I'm going to go to structure again. And I'll grab you. Air intake. There we go. Come on, snap. It's having a problem getting the position because I'm way out in the extremes of the edge here. Why are you being this way? Alright, 1 second. Grab you. Why are you being such a booger about snapping on that? Okay. So I think that'll manage. So my hope is that we'll actually be able to land this thing without horrific death, because I'm going to have to land it a bunch of times. It should be able to fly very, very slowly and maintain lift, because that is a lot of control surface and all that. I honestly wonder if I should have even more air brakes. This might be a mistake. Let's go absolutely ham on these air brakes. It can't hurt us to have extra. I mean, it could maybe. Okay, so you're normal. You're inverted. Let's go to our control groups. Go to our brakes. You will toggle deployment. And you will toggle deployment. Alright. Either alt or make the mouse point... Let's see. Either alt or make sure the mouse pointer touches nothing. Yeah, I think it was just because of where it was relative to the wing it was fighting me. Okay, so we're using all that as our brakes. Now, I'm not happy that our weight is where it's at still. Which is a bummer. So let's go ahead and go back to our build mode. I'm gonna grab this whole thing. And I'm gonna grab fuel tanks. I'm gonna chuck another one of those in. Almost. And another fuel tank. Man, that weight is still back there. Like, the length I have to make this plane. So obviously that's going to be a problem. Let's go ahead. And even though this is going to be probably overkill for the wheel front. I think we'll try and make do. We'll see how that goes. Big plane, I don't know. Save. Launch. Okay. So now we've got objectives. I've got to go to certain things. We're not going to get the really high ones, or too high. But I should be able to potentially land the plane without exploding it. To grab the surface area ones. And we'll see what we can manage. So our first objective here. So those two, I have to be over a height I don't think we can reach. So it's looking like we're going to the east here. And then to the south. So we'll start with the ones to the east. I need to do that one on the surface. So let's get going. But it shouldn't require a whole lot of forward momentum to manage this. Cool, that's terrible. Please pull up. Those are certainly some wings. Bill's not sure about this. Bill's feeling the wings just going like this and going, wings are supposed to have a little flex in them. Just a little flex in them. Alright. So we're just trying to turn ourselves around. Turning hard, turning hard, turning hard, turning hard. Where is our objective? Did it get unactivated? No, it's activated. It should be delivered like straight east. I do wish the ball here would just straight up have east, west, and all that on it as well. So east, I believe, is towards the mountains. So let's go ahead and get ourselves corrected over that way. Because I thought when I pulled up, I saw the little feet icon behind us. Okay. I mean, that's east by the globe. That said, I'm clearly... Oh, I also just realized I've got these to do right here. So it just so happens I've got some objectives to do right where we're at. Oh, I should be... Okay, that's fine. That's honestly something you should probably just take a rover and drive it around for. Okay. Yeah, honestly, you keep glide pretty easy. Okay. So, we've landed in the area. That's the closest node to us. What happens if I try and take my science or my thermometer reading here? Honestly, for 2 science, it's fine. It's not going to keep all that science. We will go ahead and do the crew report. Alright, so my next spot to get to. I wish I could set most of the objectives. So this is going to be a tricky one. Alright. Brakes. We're gonna slowly turn around. We don't want to go too fast. Because one, I don't want to get airborne again. We need to be on the ground for this. The thing I don't know is how far I gotta go. Alright. So we're just slowly sliding around the ground. Taking back off might end up being real dangerous depending on the terrain. That is going to be a difficulty. Yeah, we're getting there. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Okay, here we go. The log temperature. That's fine. Brakes. Hey, Leafy Pew, how's it going? Alright, let's grab our next destination. Okay, brakes off. Yourself just a little throttle. Keep turning till we see the location we're looking for. There we go. Okay. So that'll be the last of the first set of ground ones. Then we got to get back up in the air, which is going to be a little risky because clearly this isn't a runway, so we don't know what the terrain's going to be like. So once we grab this, we'll quick save, and then we're just going to point and throttle. Because the good news is, with as large as these wings are, I really don't need that much, speed to get enough lift to do something. Come on. Come on. That hill's a problem. Trying to get some bumpy terrain. Hit the brakes. Log the temperature. Cool. So with that, we got all those set fine. We're going to quick save. I'm going to start turning us so we're not going straight at that hill. Take the brakes off. Bring it around. Wheels have lights. That's cool. And it's time to go uppies. Keep seeing those bumps and going, here's another bump. Please give me uppies without explodies. We're slowly veering to the right. Please give me uppies. We're about to dunk into the ocean. Please give me uppies. And uppies. Okay. So. Next up on our target list. So we can't do the ones right over there. We can't do those ones. Because they're high elevation. So let's go over here to that one. And we got a journey ahead of us, unfortunately. Get ourselves to the 90 degrees here. Can't quick save while rolling. Bring the landing gear in. There. Well. Oh no, we're not trying to land. I'm getting to my next destination. Weird. The more... Okay, if I time warp to 3 or higher, physics hates it. Our wings demonstrate their incredible flexibility. The good news is we have one pocket of things there and one pocket of things there, and that's all of our survey stuff left in the planet. I can't go to that speed. We're gonna only have to be able to go to double time. Whatever reason with the physics calculation. 3 and 4 is not gonna cut it. So double time it. You're gonna have yourself a nice relaxing flight. As we wiggle, 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 yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. We weren't designing this one to be a ridiculously high-speed plane. We wanted to make it fuel efficient, and it wanted to be able to land and take off again and again for these ground survey things. Alright, let's get you to stop wobbling. Okay, and then we can turn that back on. Hey, Jebediah. I know going a straight line isn't the most exciting flight. Could you keep it in a straight line though, friend? Seems to flow into the slightest breeze. Well, that was the idea. I don't know how much that equates in Kerbal. I imagine it's relatively good. But generally speaking, with planes, the larger surface area you have for the wings, the less speed you need to create enough lift to keep you up. There's also the concern about drag it can create as well, and that's all part of it. But, it's basically the more surface area you have, the more lift you can get out of those wings. This is where the atmospheric autopilot is useful. Yeah. Well, that's kind of a bummer that everything has to depend on mods, but it's fine. Like, they're holding up. It's not an efficient flight, but they are wobbling back and forth. It's fine. Yeah, we were over here. So, not making great time, but we are making time. We can just turn on our lights. It'd be really nice if we could actually get to a higher elevation and just, like, go faster. You don't think it's a plane? Jebediah just cranked up the tunes and is wiggling to the music? Yeah. Jebediah's is like, straight lines? Why do you always make me go in straight lines? It's point that way, turn on the throttle. Point that way, turn on the throttle. I want to do some real driving. Alright, so with the feet print one, which one is that and what are we doing there? Okay. So we are doing a... It says I have to do stuff on the surface. It doesn't say what I'm doing on the surface. Either way, we're getting over there. This would be kind of one of those points that if you had another mission going on that's just like orbiting whatever, you could mess it. The downside is you can't really step away from atmospheric flight in Kerbal. Like with spaceflight, once you get something on a heading, until you need to do your next maneuver, you can just kind of leave it. It'll just do its thing. But the flight here, you can see even just trying to autopilot in a straight line gets a little dodgy. Is that the altimeter on the top? Yes. We were starting to lose a lot of speed. So it's going to start diving anyways. So I'm kind of resetting ourselves by letting ourselves do a dive. And level it out. Those engines have afterburners? They do. But like in real life, you don't just leave your afterburners on for an extended period of time. They're significantly less fuel efficient. And granted, I think we're more than fine on fuel, but I would hate to get 90% done and not have enough fuel to finish it. Yeah, that should sort itself out. If not, we could just watch the altimeter here. Because as we start going across the planet, the horizon line will end up moving on us anyways. Because, you know, planet round. And then we are moving faster, which in turn will give us more lift. Which also make it so our... So with floppy... Wings with floppy, you don't know whether afterburners are a good idea. Yeah, I mean, regardless, I don't think the afterburners are really necessarily with worrying that. I was actually surprised by how floppy the wings are. It makes sense. They're big, broad wings. That's the same thing when you've ever gone to ride on a sailplane or anything like that. Those wings do absolutely bounce a lot. But as implied here, one of the problems you run into is with the sailplane, if you nose it down, you pick up a lot of speed and pull up, you can snap the wings off. Like, they're designed to just really slowly glide to wherever you're going. There is so much wiggling happening here. And I'm watching our Delta V go all over the place. It's like going up and down and trying to figure out. And I am watching the altimeter go down. We are weirdly just nosing down more and more. When I get to like 5K, I'll start forcefully nosing it up. We're actually getting a lot of speed for this being in atmosphere. Alright, slow it down, let it settle. Okay. Alright. I don't get why the moment you set to autopilot, they tend to like settle farther down from wherever it was. I do kind of wish there was just in the base, not just the prograde or whatever, but being like, I want you to like point this thing at 90. Like 90-10. Point this thing at like 90 and 5, like whatever. Like this is where you're trying to aim it. Like obviously if it can't hold it, it can't hold it or whatever, but it's like keep that plane pointing that direction. Yeah, it's gonna bump and all that, but that's the sweet spot I want to. But even with the stability assist, it'll like gradually droop and whatever, and won't quite recover a lot of times. Oh man, that is gonna be a long flight. We did quick save. We could do it again. Man, Kerbal physics. Could you do better? Yeah, because that's 1 times speed. That's 2 times speed. Yeah, it's only 3 times speed, so it's actually not even helping me that much more by doing it. Yeah, it's just too dodgy. It really is a shame. Because now, if we had something that's like bordering a space plane, like being able to break atmosphere, then you'd have the advantage of actually breaking atmosphere, being able to go, you know, 2,000 miles an hour, 2,000 meters a second, whatever it is, 2,000 meters a second, and do all that. Unfortunately, though, it takes a lot to get to those kind of altitudes. So we're going to be on ourselves a little bit of a journey here to get these things done. Slowly these feed icon will move up to that surface. Yeah, we're about 1/3 of the way there. So it's just going to take a hot minute. And I did save along the way. So we're 1/3 of the way there, and we make our fuel 1/3 as efficient. We should still have more than enough fuel. So I do think the problem we'll run into is if I use the afterburners, is I do think the physics problems are going to get worse. What we can do here is, while we wait, edit groups, RCS, grab you, and then we can switch mode. Let's see what happens. Oh, you're still... Okay. I keep doing that, and I'm really worried I'm just gonna rip the wings off because I forget to take it off fast forward. Come on. You are really fighting me. Okay. That's fine. So we're going quite a bit faster. And it does seem like by really massively reducing the gimbal on the thrusters, it has helped a little bit with the wobble. Not solved it, as you can see there. But at least when it goes to, you're not seeing those gimbal thrusters going like that, trying to correct it and just throwing it everywhere. But yeah, it is burning through the fuel way faster. So hard to get this thing to behave. There's always been one of those things in Kerbal, is like getting the space planes to do what you want. Has always been a thing. It just immediately starts wobbling the moment we get there. Let's see. I was seeing if I could go in here and put some limits on how much it could steer to limit that wobble by not letting them correct as hard. Because let's deploy authority limiter. So we're going to lower that and see if that helps. Nope, that makes it worse. Basically, it was just trying to limit their correction and auto-correction. I need you to stop fighting me over here. And get our angle back in business. That's fine. Because as you can see, those afterburners are way less fuel efficient. Because our burns are like not quite a third of our fuel. That's fine. Just stay in that heading. Jeb, buddy. I really need to try and point this thing up. So I don't have to keep correcting as you start nosing it down more and more. And it's not from like a lack of lift or whatever. The speed just keeps building up more and more, and as they're happening, it's just nosing it down harder and harder. Like, that's what starts the downward dip. You start getting a little too slow. But then it kind of like jerks and dips. And it doesn't try and pull itself back up. It just keeps kind of setting itself to the new lower point until it's basically nosediving. Yeah, we're over halfway there now. Yep, so it's picking up speed and just nosediving farther and farther and farther. Okay. So that's the only downside is these ones, like, unless you take a rocket up and then come back down kind of thing, which might even be the best way to deal with them, is to just do that, have like a little lander you can, like, a little rover you can drop on the ground, drive it around or something. That's fine for so far. Yeah, so we got 3 right here. And those are the above ones. We don't have to care about those. Then I got those down there. Then that's done. That'll be a bunch of these contracts done. Yeah, because we got all of those done already. We'll want to get all that sorted out. Take an EVA report on Curvin near Bob's Gift. I don't know which one's Bob's Gift, so I'll figure it out. Yes, we are heading towards... Valentina's Boulder. So Valentina's Boulder are EVA reports on the surface. So we just need... Well, you've got to need to reinstall Kerbal Space Program. Excellent. So hopefully the check's in the mail. No, I'm teasing. Not sponsored. Well, right now we seem to have hit a nice equilibrium that so far we aren't dipping below the horizon line too much. Like it's like wherever like selecting going like this. So hopefully it stays like that. I don't have to babysit it. I do wish there was a ability to see our distance to our objective. Like it shows on there. Like how many kilometers, or at least the ETA or anything like that. And I understand with the plane we're constantly changing our speed and altitude and heading and all that, so the numbers would be pretty unreliable. But at least just having a general, hey, you're 100 kilometers away, and just watching it tick off would give you a little bit more sense of how things are going. Versus right now, it's hard to tell. The good news is, it's not been too long, because we look at our time up here, and really looking at that, the whole flight with our landing and doing a bunch of stuff there did take time. Everything takes time in Kerbal Space Program. Even the stuff that goes smoothly, like just going up to orbit, doing something, and then getting back down. This game is remarkably good at just deleting time out of your life. Okay. Yeah, so what we can do here is we'll land, we'll do these EVA reports. Ion burners take time wasted next level. Hour-long burns, even at 4 times acceleration. Yep. They have a nearly non-existent amount of thrust they give you. They just do it really, really efficiently. Time is a construct. Alright. Yeah, so it's probably the landmass it's on that we're seeing in the distance there. Yeah, so it's probably like right on our horizon right there that we're trying to reach. Yeah, considering we're only moving about 120 meters a second and we are still gaining altitude, is pretty solid considering, you know, we're already at almost 10,000 feet. And there's the dive. Well, it was nice while it lasted. We were able to keep it on, you know, the gradual climb without a lot of fight. It does seem like the answer for getting this to be relatively steady is to get just like a general slight climb. And then letting it lose a lot of altitude so I can get some good speed to then start the whole process over. Okay, and we are back on target. And we do it again. Doing our quick save now, we've made it this far. Just as long as it doesn't violently jiggle too much. Yeah, it's starting to climb again. And that messed it up. Okay. So yeah, so it's looking like some bumpy terrain, which is not ideal for us driving around on the ground in a plane. That's very mountainous. We're still gonna do it. We're just gonna save before we try. Because if I can get it on the ground, I do think we could slowly roll around as the plane and do the objectives. Because luckily those are all really on top of each other. That's not why I wanted to do this. Yeah, so it's looking pretty good about landing down here somewhere here. I wish I could see a little bit better. So it might be over here, it might be back here. Somewhere around here is our objective. We're just kind of, we're letting ourselves we're letting ourselves lower down, because I am going to need to lower down our altitude quite a bit. Do what we need. Alright, so I need you to correct a little bit. It's looking more and more like it's that little spot over there. Okay, let's fast forward some more. You're getting close, wherever it is. Alright. And then we're going to try and look for the least cursed place. And just use our brakes and all that sort of stuff and just see what we can do for stopping. Yeah, because that's pretty mountainous there. And unfortunately, that is looking like where we're going. Alright. Maybe just over the mountain? We're close. I'm hoping it's just over the mountain we're going to find a flat spot. I don't have a lot of confidence in that being a thing that we have, though. Because we are very fast approaching it. Yeah, it's looking mountainous. Let's do another quick save. Lights on. Landing gear out. Cut the engines. No more fast forwarding. Trying to level it out. Okay, so just gotta watch our altimeter. It is set to ground level. The question is, what's the terrain gonna be like? Because this is looking like it's gonna be a hilly mess, which most likely means smashing to little bits on the ground in a horrific, violent situation. Let's bring those back in. Might be premature for me to be killing the throttle. Okay. Alright, so that's water over there. We might actually be in the clear on these mountains. Can't really tell. Yeah, so the footprints are telling me these are EVA reports. Yeah, so we're getting there quick. Yes, that's dropping down, so I think we might have a flat area right after the mountains is where we're actually trying to land. Alright, let's start our descent. Course correct a little bit. That's not the one we care about. That's one of the ones I need to be way above, so we're not doing that in this trip. Still coming down too early. And it's still definitely higher elevation, lower elevation. I guess, honestly, just wait till this is practically on him and then try and drop down. If I have to turn around, that's not the end of the world. Yeah, so this we're technically under. But yeah, so that's not what we can do. I gotta be above that. Alright. Wait, do you have the retractable wheels, or did you forget to pull them in? I had the retractable wheels. I had put them out thinking we were on final approach. And I was like, oh yeah, we need to go a little bit farther. Yeah, so I just pulled them in, and I put them back out again. Okay, so let's slowly glide down for right now. That is a really steep drop from the looks of it. Maybe we're in some kind of valley? Yep, I cannot see what we're doing. We're gonna need to bring it down faster. Oh yeah, no, I've complained a bunch, like, why is it always nighttime? No matter where I go, it's nighttime. We actually finally went, we just turned up the gamma in the game so I could at least see something during the night. Okay, so I might overshoot just a little bit, which is why I'm trying to bring it down. So the plan is to get to about 1,000 meters. We're going to pull the whole thing up as hard as we can to just burn off all that speed. Yeah, the problem is I need to land multiple times, so I can't repack my parachutes and try again. At least not that I'm aware. Engineers can repack? Oh, that's good to know. Alright, this might be a mistake. We're gonna pull up, give myself a bit more throttle. I'm gonna start bringing it around, because that is a mountain. I'm not trying to gain altitude. I'm just trying to get our angle so that we're not trying to land into a mountainside. Okay, level it out again. One last quick save. We won't quick save after this point, because I'd hate to find I'm going to smash to the ground. Pop the air brake. And then we still want to pull up near, like, right before the ground, burn off the last of that speed. Okay. All that wing means I could actually still kind of keep this relatively okay in the air, even as we're just dragging to a slower and slower speed. I'm pretty happy with the way at least the glide worked on it. There comes the ground. It's looking like we're going to be a slight upward elevation. And we are literally landing in the area we wanted to be. So not quite yet. Pulling up as hard as we can. And we have landed. Quick saved. Alright, so take off our brakes. Give ourselves a little thrust. Or forget the thrust because we're just rolling down the hill. Tiny little bit of thrust. Alright. We need to come to a stop here. Okay. So turn off our lights for right now. Turn off our SAS. Okay. Bill, buddy, baby. I'm gonna need you to go for a walk. So hop on out. Give me an EVA report. Thank you for the trivial amounts of research. Get back in the plane. So we have our next target set. Brakes off. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. Just doing the science. So I had a little difficulty with this because of elevation. Or incline, I guess, is more accurate. Gotta keep it nice and slow. Alright, slam the brakes. Pop on out. That's fine. Alright, we got our next one done. Next target's to our right. Pop the brakes. Give yourself a little throttle. A little bit more. Alright. Thank you, Newfie. You have a good one. Newfie. My apologies. Okay, and get ready on those brakes again. Every time it bumps, it's like, please. Tap the brakes, tap the brakes. Just can't really see what's up ahead, so I don't want to just beef into the side of the hill going 20 meters a second. We're just kind of doing a nice, slow little roll. Taking our plane out for a drive. So it does take me way too long to get between these objectives. I have been very happy with the way this plane has worked. This plane has done a really good job. Okay. And as a reminder, we got a really special stream coming up here on the 9th. I can't tell you what's going on with it, because I'm under embargo, so I can't talk about it. And unfortunately, embargo doesn't lift until the day I'm allowed to actually do the thing. But the point is, we're going to have a really fun time, so that is not the next stream, but the stream after. We got one more stream. Yeah, so 13 meters a second is about 30 miles an hour. Yeah, 30 miles per hour on a plane, which is fine. Going, like, off-roading. The off-roading is the operative problem there. Okay, brakes on. Pop out. EVA report. Cool. Okay, we got that one sorted. That leaves one left. And then we take off again, and we got one more set of these to do, and we'll be good. Because that's Bob's Gift is the next set. We also have down here in the same place that Bob's Gift is, are these ones. Yeah, so it looks like we're just looking at EVA and crew reports. Do I need that? I don't think we do. In all honesty, I don't think we need that. We got the air intake. The air intake survived. It's just a minor wing strike. It's fine. Yeah, we're not going to quick save again. I mean, basically we're driving up the side of a mountain. The hard part's gonna be taken off with all these bumps and ridges here. Ironically, it means less drag, unless they change it's calculated per part, not per shape. Fair enough. It does make our ride slightly less aesthetically pleasing, which does mean we have a heavy penalty against it, because everyone knows the single most important stat is how good it looks. Yeah, no, I do agree. It's going to make a little bit of a balance problem. I don't think it'll be that bad, though. And technically, I could do something cursed. EVA report. Cool, so that's that objective done. Hey, Bill, I'm gonna need you to do something for me real fast. Oh, I can't actually remove them. I was gonna have him just take them off the other side, and dump them on the ground. But doesn't look like he can. Alright, so, what I think we do is we turn the plane around the way we came. And then we full throttle down the hill so that hopefully we hit one of these bumps not going too fast. Come on, little bump. Not a big bump. Big bump hurt. Little bump. Little bump. Dear God, little bump. I'm begging you, little bump. We are going oh, thank goodness. I was like, we're going 100 meters a second of ground. We're doing like nearly 300 miles per hour. We don't need to be doing that on the ground. Okay, so we got you. Why are you struggling so much to get? Do we lose the air intake? No, we got the air intake. Why? Why? Oh, SAS is turned off. Okay. That's why. Alright, next objectives. So those are all above us. Oh, did I happen to take off in the relatively right direction? That's perfect. Let's just fix our heading ever so slightly. Yeah, that should slowly turn us in the right direction. Honestly, that's really not messing with the performance of the plane hardly at all. That's the reason why I looked at it. I was like, well, the air intake survived, so these are just empty structure pieces. Because we look at these are just structure. There's nothing in them. So I think they only weigh about like 0.1 or 0.1 tons or whatever. So considering the entire plane's weight, it's a pretty trivial amount. Let's quick save up in the air. And just start burning on up. Again, there's a range. Yeah, no, I know the range is short. It didn't give me an option to do any of the fuselage pieces. So my assumption was it's just planes you couldn't do it, which might be unfair, but it looks like it doesn't matter anyways. Alright, so the good news is it's not as far as our previous flight was, because our previous flight took entirely too long. We could probably get away with afterburnering part of it, but I'll wait to do any of the afterburnering until we're pretty high up. Till we're at the point the afterburner's kind of necessary to keep the altitude. We got ourselves a beautiful sunrise coming in, so love to see it. And this will be what? 1, 2, 3, 4 contracts done? Yeah, 4. Where are those? Oh, those, okay, 4, okay. I was like, wait a second, I didn't see another set of these had to be below anywhere nearby. Yeah, so it looks like I am slightly dragging to the right. Which feels weird that we're dragging to the right with the cone knocked off. I would think it'd pull towards the heavier side, but it's honestly not a big deal. Alright, so do this. F5. Burner's on. You'll see how much we can cut off this trip. Maybe more drag in the right? I mean, it probably wouldn't make sense for the drag to be less in the back for ripping off parts like that. And I don't believe the... Like, Kerbal Space Program does a lot of buffoonery with the math on the back end because it is dealing with a lot of math. So if it did properly model literally everything, you'd hit the button and your computer would just scream for the end of existence. So I don't think it actually gets to that level. Like if I put something like these sticking out, I think that matters. But yeah, there's, to be fair, with a lot of game simulation, almost all games cut corners and all that, not out of like, you know, being lazy or anything like that, but very genuinely, when you look at a lot of stuff, calculating it correctly, you know, is the game would start hitching and all that because of just how much computation has to be done, versus doing math that's 95-ish% right, but it's really, really simple, can massively reduce the load to it, even if it's a guesstimate that's not quite right. It makes the game run smoother. And you run into that in almost all sorts of games, do all sorts of like corner cutting and all that. Again, not for bad reasons, but going, I could have my game run at 1 frame per second and be extremely accurate, or I could fudge this a little bit and make it perform way better. So a lot of gaming is figuring out how to, or a lot of the programming is figuring out how to like mash calculations together. So like one of the cheats you run into games with pathfinding, they won't take every single enemy usually and have every single enemy individually do its pathfinding. What they'll do is they'll have at some point, it'll go pathfind from this area to that area of the map. Okay, everyone when they do their pathfinding, if you're past here, pathfind to that spot and then follow the path. and then just every once in a while, something will trigger it to regenerate that path if necessary. So there's a lot of cool tricks you do with that. Or like when you're dealing with games that have like swarms of enemies, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll do pathing for the swarm as one unit, and then everyone's pathing within the unit is mostly just like the path to like whatever the nearby one. Yeah, or have a leader. You'll have one that leads and the others follow that path. But again, it's that way you only do the calculation once, and then you store it, and then you just kind of have everyone do it. Like there's for action RPGs, there's a pretty cool tech that a lot of them do, that literally before you start the dungeon, generating random numbers can actually be computationally heavy. So what a lot of them will sometimes do is while the map is loading and all your textures and all that, it'll just run a whole bunch of calculations that based on like your base stats or everything, it'll, you know, calculate 1,000 random number rolls. So at the beginning of your map, it has already determined what your rolls would be, and it's just a matter of if they add an extra multiplier because you got this buff or that buff or whatever. But the random number generation, it's done that in all the base calculations that aren't going to change depending on what you hit. There's a lot of cool stuff that people do to figure that out to, you know, be like, we need to reduce the CPU load. What can we do to accomplish that? Alright, so we're already getting close to halfway. We're not quite halfway there. It's interesting reading the Roadcraft dev blogs of what they can and can't do with the physics and objects. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of games, especially when they're doing something new and novel. Like, one of the dev blogs I really liked looking at is the Factorio ones, because they'll get into the nitty-gritty on the stuff they go into. So even something as simple as being like, I have a conveyor belt and I'm putting objects on it. The amount of dev time and calculations and sorting out they did just on that one specific thing is remarkable, the amount of effort that goes in it. Satisfactory as well talked about like all the stuff they do to make it accurately go, because with that they can only fudge it so far before then it's just misdoing things. But like, you know, if we're going, I'm gonna have 1,000 assemblers, you know, doing stuff. They optimized it an incredible number of times until it got so as far as they could. Yeah. Like, very genuinely, the scale that Satisfactory as well, but Factorio does stuff that they'll let you run and that the game still works is a testament to what they've got going on there. Yeah, no, Satisfactory, like I was saying, Satisfactory is another big one that they run into a lot of the same problems. Factorio, you can scale bigger than Satisfactory, which is certainly a factor to consider, but Satisfactory is really big as well. But then the railing, the pathfinding logic, when you think about it, oh yeah. You know how impossible to actually generate truly random numbers are? You had a friend in high school who figured out how to do it in the 90s. You can believe no one else came to the conclusion. It's simple too. I'm not gonna say it here, what it was, because it's not mine. Yeah, well, I mean, there is truly random numbers. You're not wrong. It's extremely hard to do that. But at the same time, you can get stuff that's random enough that, while not technically truly random, it can appear fairly random. One of my favorite like little anecdotal things is if you actually look at the random number generator built in Java, it's actually pretty bad on being random. It can actually have kind of a flukiness to it, where it will tend to roll a lot of high and a lot of lows and all that, which is always been kind of a funny thing, because you'll actually have people playing games like Project Zomboid like, man, I feel like some runs I just get like all this luck, and other ones you don't. I'm like, well, technically the random number generator you're using is in Java. The thing is very light on processing too. Well, that's cool. Yeah, because usually the people do stuff like they'll use like CPU time and this other thing. It does have like a couple different variables that are unrelated to each other that in theory, because they're all changing, it's pretty ridiculous and all that. They've been around for a while for high security RNG, but it's slow, of course. Right. They have isotope random generators. Yeah. The closest you've heard is using photons and their path probability to get truly random. Let's see, sometimes RimWorld doesn't seem so random. Like it wants to tell a certain story. Oh, I've got clips. There's been times in RimWorld's history that like the threat generation RNG has been dodgy. And a lot of it comes from mods, to be clear. Like any mods that change the event stuff, a lot of times they don't have the scale of testing that the devs themselves have. And so, you know, there's more stuff that does sneak by. But yeah, no, it's there's been times like the colony be low wealth and just watching it trigger events again and again in a very short window, and it's obeying its rules. But you'll like look at your timeline, it'll be this giant mass of events. And I've also found, like, if I have, like, a really, really, really wealthy colony, sometimes when I start a brand new colony, I'll have, like, a weirdly aggressive RNG on my events as well. And I don't play Randy either. But it's just, more than likely behind the scenes, the thing that's doing the random number generation, where it says, oh, is it time for a raid? Roll the dice. It's probably got the same problem that the Java random number generator does, where it can get fluky just with how it randomly number generates. Like one of the variables, say like time. Maybe it's just the nature of it being by the time that it can end up having a lot of triggering events at the same, like consistently with the same or whatever. We don't need to do anything close to that level of RNG, except for maybe high security systems. Right, that's the whole point. You can do very computationally heavy RNG that's more truly random number. But a lot of times the cost is just really not worth it. While we're flying, I'm just going to assume everything's going to turn out fine. I'm going to quick save before we say that. I'm going to grab a drink real fast. I'll be right back. That is a really amazing emote, Randall Thor. I really like that one. That's a really good emote. True, you built a pseudo-random number generators in Factorio with gates and combinators. It was just for testing, so it doesn't matter if it was really random. So keep it small and simple. We recently saw a Minecraft guy making some pretty intense computer within the game. Oh yeah, the RNGesus has nothing to do with has nothing on Randy. Yup. I'm much more of a fan of Lucifer. I've had inconsistent results with RNGesus. Lucifer though, he's treated me well when I played Path of Exile. Brain, jeez. Alright. So, before we worry about the ones on the ground, all of these need to be below 17 kilometers, so I don't need to worry about them that much. Pretty soon we're going to want to go ahead and oh, is that pennies? Oh, that's amazing. That is a really good emote. Is it like a story mode within Kerbal Space Program? Not familiar with the game objectives. Oh, so Kerbal Space Program when it first came out had Sandbox, where you just built rockets and you had fun. Like, there was no money, there was no science, there's no anything else. But a number of years ago, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I think, oh man, it's longer than that. A long time ago, they introduced a science mode, where basically you do research as you go around to unlock more parts. Since then, let's go ahead and kill that now. Since then, they've also added career mode, which is basically you have money. Because we're down to a third of our fuel and I still got more to do. So we're going to start nosing down here, because without the afterburns we just don't have the speed to maintain high altitude flight. But considering I need to be below a certain altitude to do that, we're just going to go ahead and let this start diving down. Let's go ahead and pop it down to this and do our course correction. To get ourselves on track. Because we got a couple of these we need to do. I need to do crew reports and all that. But yeah, so all the objectives over here, the way you make money in career mode is you'll have contracts. And so they'll be like, hey, I want you to do a research at this place. Hey, I want you to take 2 people on a tour to the moon. Hey, I want you to, you know, test our part at a certain altitude, at a certain speed, or whatever. You get the idea. They'll just have like random objectives, and you do the objective and you get paid. And very vaguely, the harder the objective, the more you get paid. It's not super on the nose, but it's relatively on the nose. But yeah, so the career mode gives you a bit more progression. Because otherwise it's one of those things you can start the game and just build your giant rocket immediately and try and go for the hardest objective. And then struggle with it and not make it happen because you're still learning the game. So this is kind of a nice way of slowly working your way into it. Alright, so let's go back to fast forwarding. So yeah, once we get down here, I just have these 5 objectives, and then to go down there and try and hit those last couple. These are a little bit more spread out, which is a little bit annoying. That's also partially why I opted to kill the afterburners. Is we still got a lot of fuel, but I could easily see us pushing our fuel too far. Orbital cancer is kind of hard to visualize for most people. Well, that was I've talked about in the past that I used to work out at the Space Center. Again, not as an aerospace scientist or anything like that. Why can I not steer? There we go. Just really didn't want to turn left. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, even as someone who, you know, you learn a lot of the stuff about, like, orbital mechanics and all that, even people who have been in, like, aerospace, like, engineering, like, you can go on paper and you can, like, draw down and see the way all the numbers work, but there's definitely a thing about, like, when you look at Kerbal and be like, if I just grab this throttle and yank it up this way, what happens? And it changes the ring, you're like, oh. It's really, really solid for, like, a visual learning tool on how orbital mechanics work, which we just didn't really have good ones. Like, they existed, but not so clean that you could just go in and, like, play with the numbers and move stuff around. Can't tell which exactly one we're going for. I think we're heading towards this one. Okay. Yeah, it's looking like we're heading straight towards this one. And so I just need to do a crew report here. We'll go around these green ones. We land over here by Bob's Gift. We do that, and then that is this entire grand tour of Kerbin by plane out of the way. I think these missions are probably way better if you get like the really high elevation plane, because then you can get way up, and I believe you can move just lots faster over that. Alright, so meanwhile we can go here, pin that for right now, and just shove it off to the side. Let's turn farther left. Level ourselves out. Honestly, for the 3 sciences, doesn't matter. Okay. You're just about on target. And it's quickly going above us, so we should, there we go. We just need to crew report. Objective done. That's what I need, right? Crew report? Oh, do I have to actually keep it? Crew report, yep. Am I doing the wrong thing? Log pressure. Okay, so we need to log pressure is what we need to do here. I understand. Wrong thing is what I was doing. Okay, and with that, it is time to change our heading to get our next survey spot. These ones are all relatively close together. Okay, and that's our next one. Cool. Go ahead and fast forward some there. And I can scoop these other ones up, and that should put us to finishing right by where I need to land. We can land, scan the last ones. Let's go ahead and quick save while we're here. And basically, I know when I start seeing this going up in that blue part, it means we're getting pretty close. Yeah, so it does look like we have a slight difference in drag that we do very slowly pull to the right. Not surprising considering we knocked off that on a hill on our last landing. Considering it's at least flying level now without too much of a fight. I'm gonna live with that. Let's bring it back around. Yeah, no, I do enjoy the popcorn eating emote. There's a couple of good popcorn eating emotes, or otherwise snack while watching emotes. Okay. So pretty soon we should be about on track, and then it'll be time to take the barometer again. Well, I guess... I'll go ahead and log that. I don't need it. We'll go ahead and log it for, like, the extra 5 science since we're here. Oh, wait, yeah, no, I need it. I gotta take the temperature on the surface. It's fine. Okay, so we should be entering this one's range anytime now. There we go. There's a reading. Get rid of it. Next one. We do a really hard turn. Cut off almost all of our speed. All right. I think that's our next one. Yep. Like I said, that'll be perfect because that'll put me right over here by that. So go to this one, then I'll go on my way to hit that one to go up and over. It is looking like I might actually have to afterburner over these mountains. I'm not going around. Yeah, it looks like it's just on the other side of the mountains, too. Okay, let's play it safe. We'll go ahead and get our heading adjusted over here. It's actually looking like we might be fine and not need afterburner. I've got it on hand if we need it. Yeah, it's probably around 4 kilometers here. Okay, so yeah, it looks like right over this mountain range is where we will see the next one. Gotcha. So the bunny still was called Commander previously? Gotcha. I was curious about the Commander thing. All right. Okay, and we're about to hit this one. Okay, and there's the pressure reading. Before we do our turn, it's probably going to give me that one. I actually want to do this one. So that way we go up and over versus going out and then kind of out of our way. So you turn to this one. Okay. And we'll go ahead and just keep this on its course. Yep, so just got those last two. We land here, and we just gotta scan a couple things on the ground, and that's this entire journey done. So that is one of the downsides of the plane, is these missions do take a lot of time. We've been going at this mission probably somewhere in the area of, I'd guess, an hour and a half. This says 2 hours and 20 minutes, but you gotta keep in mind the vast majority of the time we've been at 2 times speed. So needless to say, it has certainly taken a while, but not as long as it's been implied to be taking. Alright, course correct again. We are drifting to the right. Alright. Yeah, no, it's always sad to lose a pet. I'm also debating so far as what I'm going to be playing for tomorrow's stream. If we're going to be doing another day of Kerbal Space Program or something different for tomorrow. Because I'm very much enjoying Kerbal, but I also feel like I've been playing a lot of Kerbal recently. It's just kind of those things. The catch is just, with my special thing going on the 9th, and I know I'm going to be definitely playing it on the 10th as well. If you play KSP, you'll be here. Alright. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Because that's really the catch of why we've been going so hard in Kerbal is, like, RimWorld Odyssey is coming out on the 11th. So I know we're going to be going real hard on RimWorld when that happens. I have a thing on the 9th that's probably going to go on the 10th. And so, like, I can't get into a run of anything that lasts long that I haven't already gotten into. So it's just been like, you know what, I enjoy KSP. We can do more. Okay. Do I have to be at a very low altitude? Oh, that one's on the surface. I missed that. Okay, so quick adjustment. So we gotta get this other one. And apparently I'm gonna have to do 2 landings pretty close to each other. So I gotta go up here, do this one, turn around, do the landing, and I gotta take off again and then land right up. Like, it's just, the other one's pretty close by. I was wondering, I was like, man, this thing's like really down there. I'm so confused. Right. It just stinks because they're flying our way here, but that's okay. Yeah, so land in that one, take back off, go to those ones. The good news, you can see we are getting here relatively quickly. It only takes a couple seconds to go between these. Okay, so we got 2 landings to go. Cool. There is that. Now we are back to... We're still fast forwarding. Please don't do that. Can't wait to see the mess Mortal Smurf makes out of Odyssey. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to do a lot of stuff in the Odyssey DLC. The thing I find curious is we've been having more and more people point out that like graphical changes in the teasers that haven't been announced what they are. That clearly are something, because they wouldn't just make a bunch of like minor customizations and all those assets without it. So I think in the next day or two we're going to get another announcement email of like more functionality. I am thinking more and more Odyssey is going to be genuinely, when I say game changing, obviously it's literally a DLC, it's game changing. But I have a feeling of all the DLC we've had that Odyssey is going to be the one that more fundamentally changes what you do in RimWorld and all that than anyone we've had to date, which I'm here for. Like, I think they did the whole big promotion of the grav ships and land, like flying and landing them and all that kind of stuff. But I have a feeling, even outside, like if you ignore that entire mechanic, the new biomes and then like all the other stuff that's kind of getting semi-teased, but they're not really giving us all the details yet. I think that's all going to be like major stuff. Do you have any of the DLCs installed? Yes. I know I do have some of them installed, but I couldn't tell you which ones. It's been too long. So, like, I might have them all, I might not. I honestly don't know. Okay, so we're starting to bring ourselves down to land. Okay, so it's looking like more bumpy terrain here. They're bleeding off some speed. Alright, I was gonna say, probably don't want to try and land on an uphill. Okay. You just got on Steam and all DLC? Nice! Like, the good news, you don't need to worry about, like, any of the DLC until you get farther in. Like, there's the mission scenario things, but very much the base game gives you a lot to learn as is. Okay, almost time to start properly pulling up. Bringing the plane down. So last time the landing went fine, but when you're cruising along the ground for takeoff, we blew off one of our cones. They're structural, they're cosmetic. Not really necessary for the whole anything else part. We are definitely drifting sideways. Oh, please pull up, please pull up, please pull up, please pull up. You know what? It's fine. Now we're balanced. Now we are a perfectly balanced plane. We're talking about the we're probably talking about the RimWorld DLC. I don't think we're getting a DLC for this anytime soon. It could have been much worse. Yeah, no, it wasn't a mistake. We were just taking a corrective situation on our plane. Now we're perfectly balanced again. Like all things should be. We just keep tapping our little brakey brakes here as we slide down this hill. Trying to keep it around 15 meters a second or less. That is quite the hill. Should be getting close to this thing, right? Okay. Just kind of idling down here. Gotta be like right at this thing just about. Just had to give a little bit of throttle to keep it going up the hill. Okay. Yes, I definitely landed farther away than I should have, but that's okay. We should be getting there any time now. And then we do the scan. And then we're going to take off and get to the last set, which is not too far from here. Alright. It wouldn't be so bad, but I'm spending this whole time, like, adjusting one setting after the other, trying to keep our energy and all that. Just seeing that wing almost touch the ground, you're just like, please. Oh, that's gonna be a dip. Just get over there as mildly as possible. Okay. Just need that thing to come up already. How are we not at it yet? Be a really terrible place to take off from, I think. Like a little bowl. Yeah, every angle's gonna be a rough takeoff. Okay. Don't make me go up that ledge. Come on, don't make me go up that ledge. It's gonna be all awkward if I have to stop there and do stuff. I have to keep feathering my throttle a little bit. Okay. Alright, finally. So, let's save that. Okay, so we are saved. Alright, so, I honestly think, genuinely, I just keep throttling up this way. I don't know how it's gonna work out, but my concern is if I try and roll down on all that bumpy terrain, it's gonna go badly. Versus if we hit the top of the hill at any speed, it might just launch us into the air and make all of this nice and easy. So, fly. Yeah, that one's smooth as butter. Alright, next contestants right here, just around the corner from us. So let's get a little bit of height before we start turning. Pull in the landing gear. Try and pull real hard around. Okay. Okay, so next one is our EVA reports, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, next one's our EVA reports. So let's go ahead and start fast forwarding those. You can unpin that. And if I have to... Ooh, don't do that while fast forwarding. Alright. Yes, take us just a minute to get over there. And once we're over there, we drop back down. Pulled some G's there, a little bit. It's fine. Yeah, so it looks like we're going over this hill, that ridge, and where we're landing is around in that area. Which does look like it has a little bit of a bump here, which is just unfortunately the way it is. So we're landing over there. Let's already go ahead and start leveling this thing out. And just fast forward over this way. Because then what we can do is once we get closer, I'll pop the air brakes, put out the landing gear, all that stuff. I want to make sure we're closer this time so I don't have to roll half across the map. Yeah, we're like right in this zone. Alright, so regular speed, throttle down, landing gear out, quick save, nose it on down. Can the little guys actually die from G-forces? I don't think so, but your ship can get ripped apart by G-forces, which then kills them, so... Well, not directly, yes. Kind of-ish, sort of. Alright, so we're bringing our jet on down. I think we gotta go down. Pop our air brakes. So as we're like straight up nose diving it. We're not picking up too much speed too fast. The same plan as last time, get to about 1,000 feet. Ah, this is gonna be rough. This is really bumpy terrain. That said, the landing gear's held up well. We've had some pretty hard landings, and it's done okay. Yeah, we're right about to be over where we need to be at. It's like right around there. That's okay. We gotta get in the ground first, then we can collect our objectives. Oh, that's gonna be a hard landing because we're landing on an upward angle. We have to try and pull up at the last second and hope we don't lose so much that we just kind of beach into it. The fact that we're able to glide at any amount at like 20 ms is ridiculous on this plane. Oh, I can't pull up, can't pull up, can't pull up, can't pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I wasn't stressed. Why are you trying to stress me out, chat? Hey, thank you for the Gigantify, Randall Thor. I'm not giving this thing enough credit for the amount of abuse that landing gear could take. They definitely made that landing gear more durable than it used to be. Because I definitely remember the landing gear on the planes would you just touch anything and they just rip right off and just beach the plane into an explosion. We're tapping our brakes again and again. Every little, like, violent bump and all that happens, you're like, this is it. This is where my wing smashes the ground and then the whole plane tips over. All right, there we go. And this is an EVA report. So pop out. Get your report. Don't worry about it. Get back in. Turned around so we see our next objective. Okay. We can do some rock climbing. A little worried about that hill up ahead, but that's the way we gotta go. Okay, all these are like right on top of each other. Into this wait, should be back. You're still around a couple hours? Otherwise, good night. Alright, you take care. Yeah, no, I don't have super much longer left of the stream. We're not wrapping up right this minute. But we're getting close to the tail end of it. Oh, here, give me a moment. I have one last giveaway to do. So let me go ahead and do this. So if anyone's looking to get a copy of Farming Simulator 25 in the Plains and Prairies DLC or Tinkerlands, you can do !join to get yourself in the entry. You don't have to be following, you don't need to be subbed, nothing like that. The one and only thing you gotta do is if you win, like if your name is drawn, you just have to go and, you know, say like, yes, I would like it. And then, you know, in this particular case, whether you want Farming Simulator or Tinkerlands. For those who don't know Tinkerlands, it is kind of like a top-down Terraria. And Farming Simulator, it's a farming simulator. It's not a whole lot to add there, it's a farming simulator. Alright, let's go ahead and start turning here. And start rolling over here. And what we'll do is we will have the time that we do the drawing once we get the last of these objectives. Got 2 more of these to grab that are just sitting on the ground here. But once I get the last one, that's what'll do the drawing. But yeah, that's again for Farming Simulator 25, so the full game, plus it's Plains and Prairies DLC, or Tinkerlands. And again, Tinkerlands is like a top-down Terraria. Again, my only asks is, one, you actually, if you get the key, like, play the game. Don't gray market it. That's what causes creators to not give the keys to give out anymore. It can really hurt us, and it really hurts the devs too. You know, in other words, don't resell it. But otherwise, again, just enjoy it. Have fun with it. Both the games were a lot of fun. I play a lot of Farming Simulator, and I very much enjoyed Tinkerlands. It's early access, so I didn't go super deep into it, but I really enjoyed what I did play of Tinkerlands. Again, it's like a kind of a top-down Terraria. Yeah, you're almost there. And I didn't realize that those blink when you're in range, because I noticed that in the last couple, that when you're close enough, the icon will blink to basically be like, hey, you can do the thing now. Okay. Just cruising along smoothly. This is way faster than having Bill get out and just run along the surface. And RCS a little bit of pain. Alright, so pop the brakes. Pop out. Do your report. And our last one is right up here. Okay. Yep, so as soon as we get to that spot right up there, we'll grab it, we'll do our drawing and all that. But yeah, that's again, for Farming Simulator 25 with the Plains and Prairie, all you have to do is !join, and if your name is drawn, you'll just basically say, hey, I want Farm Sim, hey, I want Tinkerlands, whatever. Because I think I have, I believe, 5 Farm Sim keys left. Or maybe it's less than that. I still have multiple. That's the important bit. We'll give more of those out in the next couple of days and all that. I'm going to keep doing that. I don't do tons of giveaways on the channel or anything like that. It's just we did dare drops, and that does earn me keys to give out to the community. So I've got those keys. And so that's what we got going there. I like how there's like one tree for miles and miles and miles. Okay. Hello, One Tree. How you doing? Probably nothing to hide behind it, but be careful. Oh no, we're definitely not getting too close to the tree. That's how you get bit by zombies. Alright, so we're managing to maintain just about that speed. Okay. Alright. So we're almost there. You should see it pop up on the top anytime now. I know it's because the boots are moving their way down in the terrain. Alright. And there we go. You don't be mean about Bob, but couldn't he have given the field next to... Yeah. It's like, hey, Bob, your gift, it's really inconvenient. I need to actually take the EVE report. That's how this works. So pop on out again. Alright, EVE report, keep it, hop back in. Okay. So with all that, let's go ahead and do the drawing and to see who gets Farm Sim or whichever game. In that drawing, Burning Sun, between Farming Simulator 25 with the Plains of Prairie or Tinkerlands. Which game would you like? And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get things set up for you to send it your way. Tinkerlands? No problem. We can get you some Tinkerlands. So let me go pop down here, because those are over there. Tinkerland Steam key, we can grab that. Copy. And let me send that your way. Whisper. And Tinkerlands. Alright, and make sure I get the right key. Mark it as used. Making sure I got to the right person. And there you go. Have fun with that. And that'll be the last key giveaway for the night. But yeah, so we still have, what, 1, 2, 3 Farming Simulator 25 keys and 5 Tinkerland keys to give out. So we're doing good. Cool, cool. Alright, and with that, we are going to retrieve our plane. Because we finished all of our objectives, and we can go ahead and get that done. So that was a freaking long mission. Which is just the nature of those, but I got, what was it, 4 survey missions finally off the queue, which will be good, because that'll open up a lot more room for other ones. Let's also check to see what those are worth. I know a bunch of people, I mean, yeah, we got a little bit of research. I will say, they pay, like, we got a bunch of money. What do those pay? Build an orbital station around Kerbal. That's pretty fun. With a facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Put your station in orbit around Kerbal. Please note, you must be a new station built for Goliath National Products after the contract accepted. A facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals. That's kind of cool. So you have to make a space station. Build a new orbital station around the moon. Okay. Position a satellite in the polar orbit of the moon. How much are you paying? Okay, at least it's way out there. I mean, it's another 150. Sure, why not? Construct observational surveys. Okay, so observational surveys around the moon. And they're going to pay me basically in the ballpark of like 140,000 or so. Sure. And test this thing in the... All of these actually pay really well. That's kind of the catch with these, is almost all of these pay particularly well. But let's look at some of these survey ones we've been sitting on. So the atmospheric survey... I mean, it's still 100,000. Cool. Alright, so with that said, we actually did get some research out of that. More than I thought. But that's probably because each of those objectives is probably 1 or 2 research. Okay, so we got 160, and we wanted the claw thing. Which was where? Oh, did I already get the claw thing? No. Where was that claw thing? Oh, there it is. It's under actuators. Okay, so there's the claw so that we can go and retrieve the satellite. And honestly, we're doing pretty good there. We got a bunch more money that it could upgrade another one of these buildings. That would just let me get unlimited parts and all that. We already have the launch pad upgraded. That would let me have any size plane we want. At which point means I would have no more restrictions on the plane size. You get unknown object orbital tracking and the maneuver tool. Sure, we'll do that. And that as well. So we got our runway fully upgraded, our tracking station fully upgraded. The launch pad's upgraded. The plane hangar and the VAB got one more upgrade. The administrative thing doesn't seem like it's even worth upgrading. I haven't even bothered with that. And R&D is fully upgraded. So honestly, well, I mean, at this point, sure, we'll upgrade the admin building. I have the money. So I'm curious with this, with the unknown objects. I'm assuming that'll be like asteroids or whatever. The aging satellite, there's that. the escape probe out there. Yeah, so you have an unknown object. Interesting. Yeah, I'm assuming those will be like meteors or whatever. With all that said, though, I don't have enough time to start our mission, and we've been going late for a lot of it, so what we're going to probably do is end a little bit early tonight. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to raid out to someone who's doing great content. I've got a couple of people in mind if they're still live. But if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that. The stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready. If you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen. And with that,